Hello. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. We're doing it live. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the show. Hello. I thought you weren't going to stream? Joke's on you and also me. Actually, no, I knew that I was going to end up streaming today because I need to. It's like, you know, part of the whole like YouTube game, right? You got to constantly be on top of it. Otherwise, everyone forgets you in an instant. That's how it is. You're worthless. You're nothing but a dancing monkey, and you need to remember that. And if not, it's not going to work out well for you. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not going to work out well for you. Hey, you're not moved yet? I don't move until Monday. Who are you again? Good question. I ask myself that every single day. Happy 250th birthday, America, from Canada. Well, thank you. Thank you. We're old. How do you feel about the Hawks trading for Bo and Byram? See, this is the kind of way, this is how you guys need to start off the chat, okay? Like this is the stuff, okay? Like, you know, come on. I was probably one of the only people online that was like, that's a good deal. Like, I mean, the overpay is what it is. It sucks losing the pick or whatever, but at the exact same time, it's like, draft a guy 4th overall that we don't know what they're actually going to look like in the next 3 to 4 years when they might actually be worth a shit, or instead just get a 4th overall that already has 3 years in the, 3 years in the league, has already been to the playoffs, has played with multiple teams, played big minutes, played big roles. Like it's like a no-brainer to me. Like that, I've always liked the guy regardless anyway. Gaming sentiment for the big three is at an all-time low. I had an epiphany. There was a friend of mine that actually contacted me, somebody else that, he's in the same space. And while we were chatting, he's like, dude, things are going to be so bad he said, dude, things are going to be so bad next week. And I told him, fuck them. After seeing the direction that things have gone after the past, honestly, at this point, like 15 years I think is how long this has all been going on, maybe more than that. I've come to the conclusion as a YouTuber, as a content creator, I'm going to dedicate every fiber of my being to trying to make this the most toxic space for these companies to dwell within. And while my reach is not going to be that far, I hope to influence as many people as I possibly can, at least to have some level of discomfort when they look towards the games industry, especially at a AAA level. I want them to feel some heat, any heat. I love the fact that most of these companies, especially at AAA level, do not want to have anything to do with me. The fact that I've been blacklisted from most of them and they'll never try to sponsor me or anything like that. Not that I would probably even take them their money to begin with, but still, it's one of those things where like I look at the whole situation and it's just like, as things are going to continue, it's only going to get worse. There's no better path here. I don't want to be like Mr. Doomer or anything like that. This is just cold, calculated business. What is their strategy? What are they looking to do? We are at the end of what I view as like normal capitalism, where like back in the day, it was like, and this is not like capitalism bad discussion. Let me clarify that really quick before people get out of control with that kind of stuff, because you get people that get all wild with that. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. We had peak capitalism before, which was companies that bent over backwards to do anything they possibly could to make you happy. God, it was the land of milk and honey. Everything was about just doing everything they possibly could. Everything they possibly could to get your attention, to get your loyalty, to get your money. And it worked because these companies were great. They did great things. They were constantly creating a service for society, because that's what businesses are supposed to do. Businesses are supposed to create some value for society. It's not just about profit seeking. However, right now, something that's largely enabled by governments around the world, and also just by investors and a bunch of other things as well. There's a lot of outside forces that are influencing it, but these companies have now changed. And it's now just about value extraction. It is just about profit seeking. It has nothing to do with anything else. It has nothing to do with the quality of the product. It has nothing to do with the customer experience. In fact, what these guys are looking for and what they're trying to do, and this is what happens when businesses get out of control, if they're not regulated properly, they will profit seek to their own detriment, to the point where they will oppress and like tyrannize their own customers and society as a whole. Because as a business, your main goal is to make money. That's the whole reason you're getting into it. While obviously other people have their own, opinion of what, I got into this because I like talking about video games. But that's different because this was a hobby, and then the hobby turned into a business on its own, right? Anybody that usually gets into business, it's usually to make money, but you're supposed to have some other purpose, and that purpose is contributing to society in some way. And a lot of these companies are moving away from that idea of contributing to society, and instead just looking to basically gain leverage over an industry and then control everything. That's everything that's basically going on right now. The way that monetization is going, the way that ownership is going, and then there's like other smaller effects, or not even, I shouldn't say they're smaller. It's definitely not smaller, but you're seeing stuff like more surveillance inside of video games. Like years ago, I kind of just brushed off the whole thing where like it was found that Call of Duty was actually recording your voice messages and your chats inside of Call of Duty. Now here we are looking down the barrel of like worldwide censorship and age restrictions, keeping people out of certain games and keeping people offline, and you needing to like identify yourself on the internet and stuff. And it's just like, man, these guys are getting out of control. They're getting out of control. Now, I should be clear. When I say that it's not going to get any better, it's not going to get any better for them and for us with them. I think that's probably the best thing to say. I think the best way to be able to put this is that it's kind of like a toxic relationship with an ex-girlfriend, right? Like you guys got back together and it's just not working. And it's not going to work. And it's going to end eventually. And at one point in time, you're going to have to cross that bridge and say, you know what? It's better we part ways. And that's why I look at a lot of the stuff that's going on with like indie and AA games. And it's just like, dude, I want to put more energy there somehow. I have to figure out ways to be able to do it and, still have a YouTube channel. Because you can't just cover that kind of stuff. I'm not as creative as somebody like Seth or somebody that can just literally cover any game and make a, basically a schizophrenic rant about what they're playing, right? I can't do that kind of stuff, but yeah. Video game Palantir, that's essentially what the games industry has become. I missed some stuff here. Not Chivalry, thank you for the Prime. Jester, thank you for the Prime. Gino Sassolino, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you. And then over on the YouTube, Cannonball 18, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. Thank you for being a real gamer. We appreciate what you have done by being an amplifier for gaming news. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Kind words. Thank you for the donation and the kind words. Norsky, 26 months. That's a long time to be together, buddy. Long time to be together. Just because of your doomerism, I'm buying another Chinese handheld. Do you know what? That's the way. Just like I'm going all in on China, baby. Flopped. Thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. 14 months. Holy shit. Holy shit. Black pilled? I mean, no, like actually the funny thing is like one of the reasons why I do prop up a lot of the Eastern games is actually towards a goal. Like I usually talk about things for a goal, right? So when I look at like the Western games industry, I just think it's cooked, man. I just think it's done. Like these guys are just, they're not in the right headspace, and they're too heavily invested in by Wall Street to be able to do anything of any value anymore. Like these guys are just puppets on a string. And the worst part is that like something like that I think would work out really well for these guys if it wasn't for the fact that I think that they need us more than they need Wall Street. Like, sure, investor money is going to make you good money in the short term, but in the long term, you need customers, man. And these guys are driving them away faster than I've ever seen any other business. And while these guys largely have leverage right now because of the fact that, you know, like, something that I think a lot of people don't really realize is that, like, the gaming space outside of PC, right? If you're not a PC gamer and you're a console gamer, you don't have a lot of options. It's a triopoly. You have Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony. You don't have any other choice. If you're going to play console games, that's where you're going to play those console games. So if those three companies agree to do things at the exact same time, then you don't actually have any real options. A really good example of this is $80 games. Nintendo did it first. Who was the next one to do it after that? Xbox. So if Xbox and Nintendo do it, and then PlayStation does it too, you don't get to escape it. You have $80 games on the platforms that you're using. Xbox is also the one, this is another really good example. Remember back in the day, and this was a solid value proposition. Xbox back in the day, they had Xbox Live. So you could look at PlayStation and Nintendo and go, I could play online games for free if I get one of those consoles. Why would I pay to play my games on the internet? And the reason why people largely played on Xbox and used Xbox Live back in the day was, one, because of the games that Xbox had and people wanted to play a lot of those games online. Two, because their internet was also like the servers that they were using were, you know, highly prioritized, and they just had better connection. And then there was also like Xbox Live chat and stuff like that. There were a lot of conveniences that you were getting from using Xbox Live. That's why a lot of people used it, right? But you still had the option of, if I don't want to pay to play online, I'm going to go get a PlayStation. I'm going to go get a Nintendo. That option does not exist anymore. Right? Now you have to get a subscription service for all three platforms if you want to be able to play on the internet. The only place that you can go now to be able to play games without paying to play online is on PC. And that's how it's always been on PC, and it would never make any sense for any of these guys to ever try to charge a service fee for that. So it just kind of goes to show that, like, that the console space is such a closed ecosystem with so much leverage over their customers because there really aren't a lot of options. There's only three, and three is honestly not enough. And the other thing is, too, and this is another really important point to make, is it at all realistic for any company to actually get involved in the console space in a traditional sense, like PlayStation, Nintendo, or Microsoft? No. I don't think that there's a single company that could ever even think of trying. And now some people are going to say, oh, well, what about Steam? But Steam's not trying to get into the console space. They're just trying to get into the living room. That's a completely different story. If you ban exclusivity, that would open up the console market, turning into something like a DVD player. Like, it's not even the exclusivity part. It's just the way these companies are built and the way the industry is built that nobody else can really get in. It feels like a dying medium. It's not. That's an important takeaway as well. It's not dying. It's not dying, not even close to dying. And honestly, like video gaming, like gaming itself is not going to go anywhere. The survivability of these companies in the long term, that's the part that's a real question. That's the part that's going to come under question, because from my perspective, you can only hold your customer's head underwater for so long before they drown. And right now, that's exactly what a lot of these larger gaming publishers and platforms are doing right now. They are drowning their customers. And when you drown enough of them, you don't have very many left. And essentially what has ended up happening over like the last 15 to 20 years is that these guys, through investor backing, through Wall Street's influence, have basically turned the games industry into a hellscape. They've ruined their own products. They've ruined their own value proposition of their own games and of everything else. I think like a really good example of this right now is actually Xbox. So I saw this recently. This actually fits the conversation really well. I saw this recently. Let me see if I can actually find it. I think it's in my my likes. Yeah, this right here. Xbox what is this? This article relies on anonymous sources. It says it doesn't fucking matter. These fucking Xbot, like, these console Andes that still stay online and try to do everything they possibly can do to defend their multi-billion-dollar corporations is just absolutely beyond me. Like, what are you fact-checking something like this for? It doesn't even matter. Xbox, or Xbox, so they're making fun of them here, is apparently divided in the direction of the publisher / hardware manufacturer as a boss at Xbox Game Studios has told the games business. And it says, we're chasing a declining market with franchises that are past their prime, according to an Xbox studio boss. The reason why I say that, like, the games industry is essentially like unraveling at the ends right now. Like, these guys are spinning out, trying to figure out whatever way they can increase their profitability so that investors don't just leave in droves. That's really what this is right now. That's the reason why you're seeing so much aggressive monetization, prices going up, all of this stuff. Well, yes, a lot of it is also brought on by increasing budgets and wages and things like that for the people that are making the games. Keep in mind, the reason why all that is happening is because of the investors that they had to begin with, because they took the investor money in and then they blew out all of their development teams to unrealistic sizes and all these specialized roles. They made games way longer to make and made them so graphically fidel, like, or they brought up the graphical fidelity and made these games just so beautiful to look at, but so shallow to begin with. And you look at a company like Microsoft, or you look at a company like Xbox and what these guys are going through right now, and it's like everything that they have done up until this point has been driven by investor interest. The reason why the Xbox One was trying to be a TV box was because that was a lot more attractive to investors. Oh, this isn't just going to be about video games. This is now going to be about digital games. This is going to be about, rental services. This is going to be about TV. This is going to be the new age of entertainment. So people were going to buy in on that idea. Obviously, that did not land with the video game industry, or at least the players, and people just kind of walked away from those guys entirely. And then after that, that same service mentality stayed, because that's just the best path forward for these guys to make as much money as possible, right? I mean, what's better? The customers, and like, remember, I think in my last video, I'd actually brought up this. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Yeah, this right here. So, I think this is 2025. Yeah, back in 2025, Matt Piscatella had ran a survey, and the survey came back saying that 4% of gamers buy more often than once a month. 10% of players buy around once a month. 22% of players buy once every 3 months, and then so on and so forth. So basically what this means is that 60% of players buy less than one game a year. Or sorry, 60% of players, what's the actual quote on this? Let me see what it is. Hold on. 60% of US gamers buy 2 or fewer games per year. That's what the survey is saying. 2 or fewer games per year. So you tell me, what sounds like a better business strategy? Selling 2 $60 or $70 games a year, or having somebody on a renewable subscription service where they are paying every single month and they are most likely to just forget about it. because that's what we often do with subscription services. That's the reason why they are so profitable. Subscription services would not be as profitable as they are if customers were constantly reminded that they are subscribed, that they're constantly spending money on something. If they would regularly pay attention to that kind of stuff, and if it was in their face a lot, they'd be like, wait a minute, why am I subscribing to Hulu? I haven't used Hulu in 3 months. Wait a minute, why am I subscribing to Netflix? I haven't used Netflix in 6 months. That's what they hope to have happen with a lot of these subscription services. Just wait until they take hold, wait until they reach a saturation point where there's enough people that have them. And right now, like, how much is Game Pass? $22 a month for Game Pass Ultimate, right? So this is before tax, right? So $22.99 a month, you're going to get it for 12 months. What sounds better to you? The customers, on average, the 60% of the market that is buying two $60 or $70 games a year, so either $120 up to $140, or way more people spending $275 a month and still likely buying more games on top of that. This is what they want. And then, by the way, this is not a sustainable price. They did this to regain some confidence within the market. They did this to regain trust within their audience because they had lost so much over the past couple of years. The number that Xbox had brought this price up to when they first brought it back up to like $30, that's what the company needed. They needed that for profitability because Game Pass is nothing but just a money sink for these guys. So, realistically, this price right here over the next 5 years is likely to increase another 6 times. Because on average, that's how often a lot of these subscription services increase. So if this increases another 6 times over the next 5 years, I mean, what is it going to be? $45 a month? So if we say it's 45, man, baby, man, you're making good money. You're making some good money. And this sucker right here used to only pay us $120 or $140 a year. Now look how much we're getting them for. And we're hitting them with microtransactions. And we just so happen to buy a mobile game company that's also hitting them for microtransactions as well. That's all this industry is turned into. This entire industry is turned into figuring out a way to be able to heavily monetize these people. They're already getting plenty of money out of us. Most of the people that are probably here in this chat are within this group right here. Either the once a month buyer, actually I'd probably say it's within this group right here. You got people that probably buy once every 3 months. You got once a month guys. You probably have some people that are in here right now that are buying all the time. Though us that are buying all the time are the ones that are likely paying and buying indie games, which are ones that are, costing us, $2 to $5 or something like that. So we don't even really think about it. Streamers can take full advantage of Game Pass. I'm going to be real with you. Whoever said or whoever thought that Xbox Game Pass is like any value is they're out of their mind. They're out of their mind. The games on average that are on Game Pass are shit. Xbox games, which are going to be the premier games that you have on it, have been a dumpster fire for 15 years. Sure, there's going to be a couple cool indie games that are on there, but why would I be spending $22 a month to play Slay the Spire when I could buy it for $5? Why would I have spent $22 a month or $25 a month or whatever to play games like, I don't know. I'm trying to think whatever else that they had on there. Like most of the best games they had on there were indie games. Expedition 33. Was that on Game Pass? I can't remember if it was or not. I don't think it was. I think they just paid for their marketing budget. It was? Was it immediately on Game Pass? out of the gate. Day one. Still not worth it. Still not worth it. Not as a value proposition, not for me. Why would I want like why would I want to have a subscription service? Again, the point is like think about it like I'm trying to think about this like relatively. So it's like, okay, that's cool. A cool game that I really enjoy that's like one of my favorite games ends up being on Game Pass, but it's a game that I could have picked up for $40. And it's a drop in the bucket of an entire year of me basically being me basically just being handed a bucket of shit. Here's this bucket of shit, but by the way, we hid a diamond inside of it. Keep your bucket. Keep your bucket. I don't need it. They need to do a game of quality like Expedition 33 like every month or two for it to be worth it. Yeah, I would agree with that. So, or something at least in that vein. Maybe not as, not as good as Expedition 33, but at least within the neighborhood at the very least, right? There needs to be a $60 to $70 game every single month or every other month that is absolutely worth my time and money for me to ever be able to justify something like that. And but also you have to keep in mind the problem is that like, and I'll be straight up with you guys, I'm very biased. I don't like subscription services in video games. I've seen what it's done to TV and movies. I don't want to have any of that happen here. I don't want to have any of that happen here. And right now, when we go and we see all of these, and right now we go and we see like everything that's happening in the games industry right now with like PlayStation getting rid of physical, that's this industry slowly moving towards that reality. Well, right now we still have the access and the ability to be able to buy. That's like the whole plan. It's like the whole business plan. I don't understand how people just don't realize that yet. Like the entire purpose of all of these companies trying to increase their prices is to eventually make it where it makes no sense for you to buy the game, and your best option is going to be the subscription services. Like right now, it doesn't make any sense for somebody to want to go and buy a DVD or a Blu-ray if you can watch that same movie on Netflix or something else, and you don't even need the player, you don't even need any of that shit. Then the idea is get the hardware so out of reach that you can't buy it either. And then the whole thing is a subscription service. It's not the exact same plan that they had back in the day. Like, it's not the exact same plan when it comes to like movies and TV, but it's still going down the exact same path. Hey, Legendary, Warframe stream win. Actually, you know that you bring that up, I'm not going to do it now. You absolutely, yeah. I want to let you know, you specifically ruined it. Like, you ruined it. I was playing Warframe the other day, and I was like, you know what? I've saved up a lot of story content. There's still a lot of people in the community that like to see me react to the story content because I'm way behind. I'm like 3 or 4 story missions behind, right? The last one I did was Jade Shadows, the OG, like not even like whatever they did recently. Or no, it wasn't Jade. Yeah, I think it was Jade Shadows, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I can't really remember. And I was like, man, this is probably a really good time for me to come in and do this stuff, especially because there's kind of like a little bit of a lull right now, right? There's nothing huge happening. Well, I guess there is. They did the like the Orion update or whatever it is. Don't let one guy ruin it. Please play it on your own time. I'm not. I will probably after the move sometime. I'll end up doing a Warframe stream, and I'll get caught up with the story stuff. I think that I ended up finishing like I think I got the full. I can't fucking remember, man. I've been so tied up lately that I have to actually I have to go back and take a look to see exactly where I'm at. I think that I got my true ending. I didn't like make a relationship with anybody because I forgot how to do that for 1999. I basically like hit my I hit my personal saturation point. I hit my level of exhaust when it comes to live service where I was like, okay, I'm good. I got other shit to play. The farmable Signas in Warframe are so cool. I haven't seen any of that stuff yet. All right. So let's see here. What else we got? I'll go through some. Oh my God. So this post got deleted. Good. Yeah, his page doesn't exist. The gaming verse. I don't know. Like it's literally just like some like basically fake news gaming like Twitter account. I hate these things so much. Dude goes out of his way to make this post. And in the post he had said, Expedition 33 director says that, says that Grand Theft Auto 6 is a bad game and he doesn't care about it coming out and blah, 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 blah. So then you see a bunch of people who get all pissed off about it where they're like, oh, well, screw him then. Who asked for his opinion? Nobody cares what his opinion is. So I went and I looked for it myself because I was like, where did this guy say this? Where is this coming from? And I found it. It was in this interview right here. Why am I in the middle of the screen? I found it. It was in this interview right here. And I'm going to show it to you.
Ah ouais non c'est pas ma cam mais du tout. Pour moi GTA, en gros je m'amuse une demi-heure, j'y vais, je fais tous les cheat codes pour avoir les.
So I'll read it aloud so you guys should see it. The guy asked him, he goes, why don't you get into GTA, Red Dead, and all that? Is it the same thing? And he says, no, it's just not my thing at all. I jump in, I use the cheat codes to get helicopters, I kill everybody, I get my ass kicked by the cops, and then I quit. I don't know. I just don't get into it. It bores me. And he's like, so GTA 6 coming out? Are you interested? And he says, maybe only as a, maybe I'm the only person in the world that feels this way. Technically, I'm curious because of, I want to see what they'll do because they've spent a lot of money on it. Just because their budget's insane. And then he goes on at the end here and says, it's, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't get him excited. It's not that it's a bad game. Dude just says, yeah, like guy asked him an offhand question in an interview and he's like, what do you think about GTA? And he's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just not my thing. And then like GTA people on fucking Twitter are just like, who asked you? Somebody did. An interviewer asked him what his opinion was. An interviewer asked him what his opinion was. And I was just like a less than 30-second offhand conversation in an hour-long interview where this dude says it's just not his thing, but people are acting like he went out of his way to comment on GTA 6. Rockstar, please just release a trailer already. People are losing their minds. Dude, they got to do something. They got to throw these guys a bone because, like, they're going rabid online right now. They're going after anybody that says anything that could possibly be even slightly construed as negative about Grand Theft Auto 6. They're just like, what did you say? What did you say? I have 4 hours on Red Dead Redemption 2, owning it for years. Never made it past the first camp. I've played all their games. I don't have anything to say. I'm gonna be honest with you. I actually, like, at a gameplay level, do I think that Rockstar is like the most insanely, talented studio? Do I think Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead are the most like technically savvy, like from a gameplay perspective games? No, but they're not really designed to be. They're not really designed to be that complex. They're designed to be something that's like easily accessible. The whole idea behind Red Dead Redemption and Grand Theft Auto, they're supposed to be these games that you can pick up the controller and instantly find something to do within the first few minutes of the video. Sorry, or within the first few minutes of the game, right? That's the entire point. It's the fact that you can just grab the controller and be like, now I got into a car, now I, you know, I don't know, run over some people and get chased by the police. Like, that's the whole idea. It's just to kind of have like fun inside of a sandbox. With that said, their narratives are S tier. I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5, not so much. I'm going to be honest. Like, I like Grand Theft Auto 5 and I like the characters and I like some of the writing and I think that it's really funny at times, but it's also really just not that interesting or coherent, and it kind of like loses itself a little bit. I think that Grand Theft Auto 4 had a much more like engaging and coherent story, and Red Dead obviously is just straight up peak. I mean, those games are just like, narratively, those games are absolutely fantastic. They're 10 out of 10. Actually, speaking of Red Dead Redemption 2, because it's coming up for whatever reason, I saw this. Polygon posts, 8 years later, let's all admit Red Dead Redemption 2 is a terrible game. You don't hate journalists enough. This is how desperate for relevance they are now. That's what this is. Please, you know when I see something like this, you know what this reads as? Please click the link. Please. Please, I'm begging you to click the link. I'm not going to be able to eat this week if you do not click the link. I need relevance. I need you to click the link. They have me locked in a basement. They're dripping water on my head, and it's been like this for 24 years. Like, it's just desperation. It's rage baiting. But it's like, it's not even rage bait. It's rage baiting, but it's like desperate rage baiting. Where, like, these guys are just, please, my God, why won't anybody listen to me? And it's because you suck. It's because you suck. The reason why games journalism is dying and is going to die at this rate is because it's largely being represented by people that do not represent the audience under any circumstances. And also, actively, publicly, and very frequently take issue with the audience itself. They despise you. They cannot stand you. When they see you complain about their favorite game, when they see you complain about mixtape, when they see you getting back, I got another example to be able to back this up. You want to see how desperate these guys are right now? Kotaku. Does anybody remember the Naughty Dog game with the bald chick? Hey, internet, can you talk about it again and get mad about it so then we can write about how we're mad that you're mad? Please? It's pathetic. It's so transparent and it's so pathetic. Games journalism could be fixed overnight if these companies would just hire people that actually are a part of the audience. I don't need some washed up journalist that was trying to get into writing for politics that failed, got locked out, and now has to write about video games as a backup job. I need some dude that still lives in his mother's basement, hasn't left there. All he does is read Tolkien, plays like 16 hours of video games every single day, and has like the most opinionated opinion about every single thing that happens in the industry. That's what I need. That's what I need. Sounds like a great guy. So you? Yes. That's the whole point. I want games media to mirror me. This is not like a narcissistic thing. It's just I'm a customer, and when I'm like engaging in media, I want that media to represent me as a customer, and it doesn't feel like any of this media does. in a lot of cases, it ends up being biased, either biased against the audience itself, biased against customers, the people that are playing and buying these games, or they're biased against whichever is their favorite team that they're on right now. Are we team Xbox or are we team PlayStation? Are we team... No, they're never actually team Nintendo. They just kind of ignore Nintendo. Make games for chuds again? Unironically. Otherwise, this game's industry is going to tank. If they don't align themselves with the chuds, these guys are cooked. The whole games industry is cooked. That's probably like one of the things that like aggravates me the most, is that when I see people get online and they complain about the chuds. Oh, here's the chuds getting mad that this female character isn't hot enough. Oh, here's the chuds doing this other thing. Oh, here's the chuds having a problem with this. Chuds are the ones that buy video games. And guess what? They've been proving that for the last decade, as they have cooked your ass, shut down your studios, and almost put you out of business. The reason the games aren't selling is because you're not selling to the right audience. You can hate them. You can hate their opinions. You can hate what they stand for. You can hate what they believe in. But at one point in time, you have to recognize, am I a charity or am I in business? Because if you're in business, I'd probably be selling to them. Because the last time I checked, most of the games that these guys support are the games that end up being the most successful. Except for one. And that was the first Descendant. And I'm going to be real with you guys. That was fucking embarrassing. Homies straight up tried to back the wrong horse there. Oh, man. Man, did they try to back the wrong horse there. This is what gamers want. This is what gamers want. Is it? Is it really? Let's check. Doesn't seem that way. Wait a minute. No shot, right? Bro, your game's getting cooked by Marathon. You're getting cooked by Marathon. How do you deal with that? I have no problem calling for attractive characters in video games. If you guys want hot chicks in games, more power to you. I also really do like hot chicks in video games. I find it quite enjoyable. It's very pleasing on the eyes. Absolutely. With that said, back gameplay before you back anything else. Gameplay, then hot characters. Okay? Have your priorities straight. Because going and backing a soulless, like, just completely directionless slop game just because it has chicks that are, you know, they got like massive racks and they're barely wearing anything doesn't really do much for you. It's quite literally just a gooner game and then nothing else past that. Hot chicks won't save a bad game. That's true. Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade's a great example of that. Fantastic gameplay. Absolutely fantastic gameplay. And hot chicks. Lots of them, actually. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's get through it. Let's get through these first. Oh, so I love how I love how the day after I make my video, we're on stream and we're talking about this whole Bungie laying off Sony situation, that these guys come out the very next day, right after stream, and say, hey, guys, PlayStation plans to revitalize the market with more live service games. I'm sitting here and I'm like desperately trying to rack my head. Is it possible that their upper staff just doesn't actually live in reality? What if they're just being lied to? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe like the CEOs over at PlayStation actually have no idea what's happening inside the company, and like there's just somebody else that's just running things, and they're just, hey, no, that game, no, our live service is doing great. It's doing great. Our live service is doing absolutely fantastic. So I saw this. PlayStation wants to revitalize the market with new live service games. So I posted. Goes 1 for 12 with failed live service games. Mass layoffs and studio closures. Lights billions on fire. Stops development on Destiny 2. PlayStation. I'll do it again. This is a gambling addiction. You got to pull them off the table. These guys need an intervention. Somebody needs to send these guys a hotline. There's something seriously wrong over there. It would be completely different if it was like, you know, any of these games actually succeeded. But let's be honest with, even Helldivers 2, I don't necessarily consider like a live service win. It was a game win, but not really a live service win. I would imagine that it's probably not even really making that much money. I would almost guarantee, I'd put money down and bet that that game does not make as much money as people probably think that it does. It probably made more money off of its individual sales than it did its own microtransactions. Well, maybe not that extreme. Maybe not that extreme. But I would say like right now as a live service game, most people are probably just playing it and grinding it out, and then whenever they get the credits, they just go ahead and buy another one of the passes, but they just do it with the in-game currency that they earn by playing the game. Just because it's so casual to begin with, right? It's not a competitive game. Like, what are we talking about? Helldivers 2 was Arrowhead, not Sony. Sony scrambled to make it a live service after the fact and put it in regions without PlayStation Plus. That is factually incorrect. Factually incorrect. That is a PlayStation published and funded game made by Arrowhead Studios that was always going to be a live service since day one. That was part of their original design. The whole war bond system and all that stuff. Do you guys actually think that PlayStation was the one that cooked up the idea of you can earn the in-game currency while playing the game? Are we talking about the same PlayStation here? Because I'm going to tell you what, I guarantee that was not their idea. That was not their idea. I don't know what to do about these guys, man. Actually, I have to say this. This has to have been like one of the worst weeks this has to have been like the worst like 2 months of gaming news since Summer Games Fest. Has anybody noticed how like it has just been like drill you down with bad news since like, hey guys, are you excited for all of these new games? And everybody's like, yay, new games. And then they're like, now we're gonna fuck you. What? What'd you say? You say something? No. Are you excited? Man, it is crazy. So, oh man, I saw this too. This is the shit that this goes into that same stuff, man. Like that, it's honestly like the world economy at this point. It's not even just video games. It's just like we have corporations that are trying to turn into dictators. Effectively, that's what this is. Like these guys are trying to become like the actual like corporations are just trying to become the ruling class. They're trying to turn us into servants. It's crazy to me. So this is Lauren Wired. She is a researcher for Google. And she says, you'll get mad at me for saying this, but cloud gaming is obviously more economically efficient than physical hardware. I think it's going to be the default soon. Your home console and PC are idle 90% of the day. Meanwhile, data centers target what? 5%? Maybe at worst 10% idle? Every second a cloud gamer isn't gaming, that hardware could be used for something else. Shut up, Lauren. Nobody asked you. Who thinks about this? Why would anybody think about this? This would be like me worrying about my truck sitting in the driveway like 100% of the day, being used maybe 10% of the week, and me being like, man, it would be much more economically efficient if I actually had my vehicle rented out and it was being used at all times to make sure that it was, making money for somebody else and also myself. Shut up. Shut up. Nobody cares about this. It's all about, like, you need to monetize every part of your life. Why aren't you monetizing every part of your life, consumer? Please do everything you can to monetize every moment of your waking life. It's all about money, 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 money. Ownership isn't economically efficient. Yeah. Neither is land ownership or free will. Doesn't mean I'm going to be handing them over just because somebody else could make more money with them. The tech space has become so lame. This is a bunch of nerds that should have been bullied. Or maybe they weren't bullied enough. I don't really know. Maybe they were bullied too much. And now they're just turning their fangs on the world. Chad in high school gave him a rough ride, and now they're like, I'm going to enslave the entire human population. It's like, what? What is this? The meek will rise. I guess so. Psychopathic nerds. It's so terrible, dude. Nobody cares about this stuff. Life isn't economically efficient. Nothing we do is economically efficient. Nothing, like, everything we do is contrary to our own existence at times. It's part of living life. It's part of finding happiness. Ownership and autonomy are happiness. It's freedom. It's the way that we feel freedom in real life. Owning something and having the opportunity to choose when and what we do whenever we want to is how we feel free. And these people want to actively take it away. They don't want you to have options. They don't want you to think for yourself. They don't want you to be free. That's what this is. When I see this kind of stuff, that's exactly what this is. I've been tempted to enslave the entire human population, but it seemed like a lot of work. Well, apparently when you get enough investors behind it, it's completely fine. Oh, God. Speaking of the exact same, like, dude, this week has just been nuts, man. You heard it here, folks. The ESA declared Minecraft and Call of Duty private servers illegal in today's hearing of the POG Act. What a terrible name. Oh, actually, no. I like that. I like that they named it the POG Act.
One part of the bill is around the ability to go on a community server. The author is stating that that's currently allowed right now, so long as you're. If I don't want to misunderstand what you said, as a member.
That's correct. Minecraft is currently hosted by community servers. Call of Duty community servers. So it's an option that is out there in existence here today.
They're illegal, and they are not in any way affiliated with Microsoft. Microsoft, for Minecraft, has gotten a lot of criticism.
One part of the bill is around.
Nobody asked you. Dude, what's crazy is the fact that she would assert something like this when Minecraft private servers are quite literally the reason why Minecraft is even the size that it is today. They are also not illegal. They are quite literally sanctioned by Mojang. Like, what are we talking about here? The whole reason that they have the whole private server situation is because of the fact that, like, Microsoft's been able to make a ton of money off of doing it. Maybe they confused it with Hightail? I don't know. Illegal? Are you hiding the Minecraft servers under the floorboards? Where's your private server? Bring in the SWAT team. This is crazy to me, man. Like, look at how, and like the thing that I have to say is, like, look at how much the language has changed, and how much more hostile these companies are towards their own audiences. It's no longer just like something is frowned upon. It's this, we don't want that. It's illegal. So, like, what do you want these, like, Minecraft private server people to be arrested? Do you want to go and arrest a bunch of, like, 11-year-olds? What are we talking about here? And in most cases, the games that they're talking about, especially the ones with the private servers, at least on the Call of Duty side, these are games that Activision doesn't even monetize anymore. These are games that they don't even support anymore. These are games that communities run for fun because they want to have fun playing those games, and there's no other way for them to be able to do so, because if those servers do still exist under Activision, they're, like, heavily botted and heavily cheated on because there's nobody there that's actually, you know, moderating any of that. These private servers allow people to be able to moderate that in some way. This is just crazy to me. And it's also, like, imagine what Minecraft would be today. And this is, like, the most uppity part of this entire situation, where they're just like, actually, it's illegal, and they're in no way affiliated with Microsoft. Where do you guys think Minecraft would be without private servers? That game would have died years ago. It probably wouldn't even be a household name. It sure as hell wouldn't be one of the most highest selling titles in history. It'd have been cooked. And by the way, the people that are playing on those private servers are almost all using a purchased version of the game, which is obvious by the sales numbers of Minecraft. What is it of any business of yours? The only reason that they're upset is because you're not paying for that private server like you would if you were doing it the way that they want you to. You're not paying monthly for a subscription to the private server for the game that you already bought. Why aren't you doing that, consumer? Unbelievable. And the funny thing is that it's like, think about, like, the dichotomy of a situation like that, where basically the whole private server situation with Minecraft is, you pay us monthly to rent one of our servers so you can have your own private server and people can play on it whenever they want. And you go, no, that's fine, I'm going to use mine. And they say, no. Well, I'm just saying I don't want to pay for your server. Well, then you can't have it at all then. What? You're saying I'm forced to use your service even when I have an alternative that I could use myself? Yes. It's like, it's crazy, dude. It's actually crazy. Let me catch up on some super chats and stuff here. Clash, thank you for the $10. Appreciate that. Never get to catch you live. Always have to watch the next morning, so I hope the move goes well. And thanks for being a big voice for us little guys. Here's some food money as thank you. Thank you for the 10, man. Appreciate that. Half Dead Saint, 33 months. Holy shit. Have you seen the GTA 6 dev team now from 5's team? It has me worried. Have you seen the GTA 6 team now from 5's team? It has me worried. I don't have faith in them. I'm calling it close to Saints Row level bad. Downhill slide. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by GTA 6 dev team? What it looks like now? Tara, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 or 5 gifted subs on YouTube. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Massively generous of you. Appreciate that. Psalms, thank you for the 2. Last 5 games Rockstar made, which one was the best? I would say Red Dead 2. I really liked Red Dead 1. I liked Red Dead 1 more, I think. The reason why I like Red Dead 1 more is because I liked Undead Nightmare. Tarnish, thank you for the 5. What do you mean by revitalized live service games are already dead? There are live service, true. Yeah, well, there's zombie service games. That's what they're looking for. Elegante Ego, thank you for the $2. Please check out Dench Attack. Yo, what's up? I don't know what that is. Spartacus, thank you for the 2. I can't take it anymore. True. Red Stinger, thank you for the just 10. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, man. Justin Fuzzy Hat, thank you for the 5. Private servers are fascism. They are. Fascist servers. They are indeed. K Nakagawa, thank you for the 5. It makes matters worse when governing bodies like this one in the video have no clue of what's going on in the space. Hi, LD. Banana Man sent me. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I don't know, man. I think it's like, well, no, you're absolutely right. And also the people that are talking about it also don't have any idea what they're actually talking about. So not only is it the governing body that doesn't actually understand anything about these video games, it's also the people that are representing these games, or sorry, the people that are representing these companies that also don't know what they're talking about. Keep in mind, the ESA, you know, their whole thing is we love video games full stop. Guys, they're just here to help. That's all it is. Why won't you guys let them help? Don't you guys know they're gamers too? It says right here, as players ourselves, we know and love games just like you do. I'm going to call cap. I'm going to call bullshit. I don't know why. I don't know. Like, there's something telling me that might not be the whole truth. Something's leading me to believe that you guys may only ever play Candy Crush. Something leads me to believe that the only time you've ever actually had any interaction with video games is when you watch one of your kids play Guitar Hero. 20 years ago. I can't imagine why that is. I can't imagine why I wouldn't believe a bunch of career lawyers representing the games industry, all that look to be the age of like 50 to 60 and up, except for maybe 2 of them, are not actually gamers themselves. You don't play video games. You guys have never fucking played a video game. You don't know anything about this stuff. You guys are lawyers that are paid to try to protect investor interest, to protect the corporate interests of these companies. That's what you're here to do. You have nothing to do with us. You are not here to protect us. You're not here to do anything for us. It is for these companies and nothing more. You are lobbyists. You are scum. You are slime. I spit. Uh-oh. Let's see here. What else? So I saw the recent news of PlayStation PlayStation made a post saying that they're getting rid of physical games. And the first reaction that I had to this was increasing prices, increasing monetization, live service, AAA slop with outliers, removal of ownership, removal of physical products, game boxes with QR codes inside, an industry built on providing less service and asking more. Modern gaming is so excruciatingly lame. This sentence right here, I think, defines the games industry today. An industry built on providing less and charging you more. That essentially sums up every single action they take. And that's basically what these guys have been doing for a while now. And like the thing is that like I understand that at certain times in a bit, like whatever your business might be, you're going to have to put your foot on the gas a little bit, right? You're going to have to put your foot on the gas a little bit. You're going to have to put some pressure on your customers, but it's because, you know, rising costs, there's inflation, you have wages that go up or whatever it is. Sometimes you do have to charge more. I get that. I get that. Sometimes you got to cut costs. I get that. I get that. You've been doing it for years. Unrelentingly. It is so funny to me when I look around and I see so many people that are trying to defend this entire PlayStation fiasco with them getting rid of physical products. It is beyond me when I see people that are trying to defend the price of Grand Theft Auto 6 being $80. And they're like, dude, gaming is like the cheapest hobby ever. Game prices haven't raised in years. Games are like $60 in like 1994 or whatever the hell they want to say. It doesn't matter. You're talking about the self-same industry that has been profiting off of microtransactions and services to a rate that would blow your mind. You're talking about companies that have raked in billions off the back of this, that otherwise, without it, would have just been selling video games and wouldn't have expanded to the point that they are, and would have these massive teams that are essentially providing you the exact same games that you got before. Except for you can see a reflection in a puddle. The price of games has stayed the same. No, they haven't. They went up exponentially. But your like consumer rotted brain couldn't even see it. And you're out here defending these guys for taking away physical products and increasing the price of games at the exact same time. Same time. That's about the same time. We're providing you less, we're charging you more. Like, I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say. It drives me insane. It drives me insane. The price of games has always stayed the same. Has it? Has it? They really need the money, guys. They really need the money, guys. These guys have basically just been... It's been a charity. What are you talking about? They've barely been charging us any money at all. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's the only people that are defending this kind of stuff is the people that... It's the people that are just not aware of the world. They're not aware of anything. They're sheep. They're coasting through life. They don't pay attention. They don't even know where they are. They don't even know where they are. It's just, It's too much. I had seen some. We'll get into some of the posts and stuff later. I had seen this. Where's this at? Oh, this is actually so true. This is actually so true. It's crazy how much PC gamers know everything about console gaming, but how little to nothing console gamers know about PC gaming. It's no wonder that these dudes are the industry's punching bag. I don't think that like PC gamers are better than console gamers. I don't think that they are. I don't think that they are. But there is a like wider level of understanding of like how much you are just getting completely drilled down on console that you would not experience if you were playing on PC. And the only thing that's stopping those people from experiencing that is the cost of being able to get into PC, which I totally understand. I absolutely understand. I do. But it's, man, like I don't know how to really explain it. It's like it's a transcendent moment, I'll tell you that. As somebody that was like a console gamer for basically their entire life until about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe 7. I started playing on PC, and at first I didn't really get it. And then after about like, I want to say it was probably after like the first year, because it took me a while to actually like adopt playing games on PC, because it's tough, man. It is. It's genuinely tough to be able to actually like figure out how to play games on PC. Yeah, I could just plug in a controller, but you're also like, you're not used to the storefronts. You're not used to how the downloading and shit works. Game discoverability, you're not really used to that yet. And then there's also this like immediate drive to like want to learn how to use mouse and keyboard, and you're like a baby duck. Like you can't walk. You can't do anything. I still even struggle today with mouse and keyboard controls at times. I've improved a lot. It's just, but when you grew up in chains, break the chains, brother. Yes, sir. I suck with mouse and keyboard. I'll never go back to controller though. I'm relatively proficient depending on the game, but I have to get a different keyboard. I need more space on my keyboard. The problem is I went and I started using a smaller one, and now I have flub keys on certain games and stuff like that. No one had a typing class. Typing class does not teach you how to do a 360 no scope. Okay. Typing class does not teach you how to pick locks in Kingdom Come Deliverance, okay? Don't try to come in here talking about some type to learn bullshit like I'm actually going to be able to, get my KD up. Congrats on growing up, LD. I will actually say in a lot of cases, and I don't actually think that this is like the majority of people that are like the majority of console gamers. It's definitely not the majority of console gamers. What this actually is like it's the people that want to comment about PC shit the most. It's like the most dedicated wave of console warriors that like never left the battle, that are like 45 years old. They're gray. They have kids. Their kids play on PC. They hate it. They wish they would play on Xbox with them. And they just don't have actually any understanding whatsoever about PC. And they just stay away from it. Oh, man. This is a hot take. This got a lot of people mad. 3.7 million views. Oh God.
There's a lot of people on the internet that care a lot about physical media, and they care so much about it that they never buy it. And any of these people that are talking about how much they love video games and buying video games, I want you to show me the last 10 video games you bought, and I want you to show me the box that you bought them in. There's a lot.
I'm gonna pause on a very unfortunate looking clip. Like, I need to find the most unfortunate he looks.
Show me the box.
Because this is what he does. This is what he does to me.
That are
Oh, wait. There we go. Yeah. I gotta think about this. So like, it's one of those things where like I hate it because he's not wrong, but he's also wrong. He's so good at doing this kind of shit, and it pisses me off. It's an L take. I think the like pushing back against physical media, Asmongold, Sorry. Asmongold is an accelerationist. He is somebody that wants everything to get worse before it can get better. He wants to push it as hard and as fast it possibly can go and crash it into a wall and disintegrate it into dust and then hope that things will get better after that. Like, that's how he believes that most problems will be solved. So when he sees something like this that has an outsized effect on players' rights to digital ownership or just digital rights to begin with, he sees this as a non-issue. This is great because this is going to piss people off. It's going to get people mad, and then they're going to fight to own their games. That's what they need to be doing, right? That's what Stop Killing Games is doing right now. Stop Killing Games, which is something that he supports actively, which is the idea of ownership. It's a big part, right? You need to have it there. The problem is, though, trying to make this crossover to, well, if you support physical games so much, where are your physical games? One, the people that really support physical games own a shitload of them. I know that for a fact. I have friends of mine that still to this very day buy physical games, and they have an entire like bookshelf full of games that have go back 25 years or longer, right? The other thing to keep in mind, though, and this is like the most important part, and he's so aware of this too, which kind of makes it a little bit aggravating. So part of it feels a little bit like rage bait. One of the reasons why a lot of people buy games digitally now isn't just out of pure convenience. It was partially driven by pure convenience, but it's also something that has largely been orchestrated by these companies to take the access away from you, to make you default to buying a game digitally rather than buying it physically. And they've done that over the years pretty effectively. The first being selling digital consoles at a cheaper price than physical consoles. First, they start raising the price on you, increasing the price barrier for the people that can actually afford to continue to play physical games. That's the first way that they did that. Same thing goes like PlayStation. They made it where like you could either buy it with the disc drive or you could buy it with a disc drive that attaches to it. But of course, the digital version is going to be the cheaper option. And most households are going to go for the cheaper option. Most people that are buying consoles for their kids, which is the vast majority of people that end up buying this stuff, are going to be buying the cheaper version for their kids. They're not going to go above and beyond and buy the most expensive version of something. That's just what they're going to do. On top of that, with the games industry moving into the digital age, they have ultimately nearly annihilated the physical retail industry to begin with. While some of these games are available in some spaces, the problem is that for the people that want to buy physical, they don't even have access to half of these games more than half the time. You might be lucky if that game actually does show up at your local local Walmart or be lucky if that game is at your, you know, if you even have a GameStop or anything like that. Keep in mind that, if I'm not mistaken, I think that GameStop is the only retail chain video game store in the country anymore. Maybe even in existence in some cases. We don't have EB anymore or anything like that. Your discs have been worthless for an entire generation. It's broken on day one and requires patching. I don't disagree. You got a bigger problem than physical media that objectively isn't purchased anymore. I'm not disagreeing that people, like, I already know the fucking stats. I brought it up in a recent video showing that the vast majority of people buy digital games nowadays. The vast majority of people do. The vast majority of people do. And I also know for a fact that most of these games aren't even contained on the discs anymore. Most of the games are contained on their servers. And I also know that most of these games won't even run if you just have the disc, because they still want to do an online check just to make sure that you can even access the game because of local DRM. And then on top of that, take it another step further, and the other problem is as well that most of these games need to have a day one patch to even function because they ship the games unfinished. I do know that that's the case. The problem is, though, is that arguing this idea that physical media shouldn't even exist because whatever, there are certain things that businesses have to do, or businesses should be doing, that is just for the good of society and for the good of people, even if it's not the most economically efficient thing. This is the same discussion that we just had 5 minutes ago, talking about how they're saying, hey, it would be so much better if you didn't own your PC. Why aren't you cloud gaming, consumer? Just give up your hardware, fucker. You're essentially saying the exact same thing to the people that are buying physical games, whether or not those physical games even hold the game or not, whatever it might be. That's something that those people want. Let those people have what they want. You can downscale the amount of distribution that you have, sure. But the problem is that by taking this option away, that option is just now gone. And also, still, while there are a lot of games that do require to go online for you to be able to play them, there's still plenty of games that'll actually still just straight up run off the disc in some cases as well. It's not completely one-sided. It's not this is not a this or that situation. There's some gray area in between. The other problem is honestly just the precedent that this kind of sets when it comes to just, it's symbolic. I think that's probably what it kind of comes down to. And this is like the most significant part for me. The getting rid of physical media, it's not even the idea that you're actually owning something, okay? It is actually, like, part of that is the point. It's the symbolism of owning something. And you're not allowed to have that anymore. Well, I fully agree that all attention should be fixated on the idea of digital ownership, because that's where all this stuff is gone, and that is the most important thing that we should be focusing on. Getting rid of the symbolism of ownership is an incredibly powerful thing to do. That's all I have to say. So I'm not shitting on the people that want physical media to stay around, and I'm not going to shit on the people that own physical media right now. I'm also not going to blame the people. And, like, this is the other thing, too, that I think is just, like, a low blow, and it's just shitty to do, is just to blame everybody else for not actually buying physical games. I feel like, I'll be honest with you, man, I just think it's low. Because, like, what the fuck are people going to do? It's just the way the technology goes. You're going to fucking blame, I don't know, man. It's just so defeatist. It's so defeatist and so choiceless. Because if we're going to have that position and we're going to stand with that right here, oh, if you really cared that much, then maybe you wouldn't have bought it. Okay, well then guess what? It's also your fault that we're going to have subscription services, and that's going to rule our lives, that AI is going to take over everything, that you're not going to have a fucking job, that literally your entire life is going to be ruined, and everything is all your fault. It's all your fault. It has nothing to do with the companies that are making all of this happen. You're the one that enabled them. Like, the problem is that it's never anyone's fault on an individual level unless you're talking about like a general you, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know. I stopped buying physical because they made made copies so cheap and worthless. I stopped buying physical when I moved to PC because it's just not a PC thing. Like, I mean, like, that's really, like, you don't really use discs on PC, right? And the other thing is, too, is that, like, at least with PC, and again, this kind of, like, comes back to the conversation of, like, how, like, consoles are so segregated when it comes to the games industry, like, how much of a walled garden that side of the games industry really is. Because at least on PC, you do have options for ownership. Like, you can go and buy games on GOG, right? Like, for whatever reason, I think people forget that GOG exists. Good old games, right? You can go there and you can buy games and you can download and have the exe file and put it on a thumb drive, put it on a, on a hard drive, and you can boot that game up anytime you want without having to use GOG to be able to do it, without having to connect to the internet to be able to do it. I mean, as long as it's a single player game, right? And also, those games are DRM free, so they're not actually searching for, whatever the license code is, just to be able to make sure that you can play the game. The anti-piracy measures, right? So there are options. So there are options on PC for you to have some feeling of ownership, some actual ownership in a lot of cases. There is none of that anymore on PC. They're not even allowed to have the symbolism of ownership anymore. That's how oppressed the console gamers have become. On PC, you can create your own physical media. Yeah, well, that's also true as well. I mean, PCs are like, flexible or whatever. So yeah, it's like one of those things where it's just like, I agree with him overall. Because, like, I know what his actual position is. I saw him, like, talk about it slowly, but he says, long post, sorry. He says, the fixation around physical media is a red herring. People who obtained physical copies of Crimson Desert weren't able to play it because it was locked on the PlayStation 5. You can look it up. There were multiple articles that were talking about it. Clearly, physical media didn't save you then, and it's not going to save you when a licensing agreement expires. Then a game is no longer able to run on your software until you download an update that might end up removing features or content. A good example of this is, ironically, Mixtape, because the game has a large amount of licensed music. It is plausible that one of those contracts will expire. Actually, no, they bought Eternal licensing for that game. And a patch will be pushed that removes a song from the game. If you don't download that patch, you will no longer be able to access the game. Physical media is not the holy grail. Consumer rights and protections is. Yeah, he's absolutely right. No, like, for this specifically, and, like, it's not a red herring. Like, what I think he needs to understand is that, like, physical media is the symbolism that they're using. They're losing the symbolism of ownership. Instead of going after the people that are, like, talking about how much they don't like that physical media is going away, you should instead just be leaning into it as hard as you can and weaponizing that anger towards digital rights ownership. Because that's what we need. Because regardless of any of this media, whether it's on a disc or not, that is still digital media. Even if it's on a disc, it's still digital. Even when they were on, CDs, those were digital songs that were burned onto a CD, right? The reason why record labels still sell vinyls is because people still buy vinyls. No, and I fully agree with this. And the fact of the matter is, though, is that people do still buy physical games. It is not PC is like near 90%. Xbox is over 90%. Sorry, PC is over 90%. Xbox is also over 90%. The reason why Xbox is over 90% is because, well, Game Pass. People don't even buy games. People just quite literally just pay for the service and hold on to it, and that's basically as far as they go. They don't do anything else with it, right? So there's that. PlayStation, on the other hand, I think is like 70-30. Nintendo is a little bit more evenly split, as you would probably imagine, because the games are a little bit more... like, Nintendo is something that's kind of like... I don't know, man. It's a weird spot. Because you're not even... are the games even on the keys? I think some of them are, aren't they? Yeah, it's like a weird thing where like some of them are just straight up digital keys to unlock the game, and then other ones are like the full game is actually on there. Muda said Cyberpunk is fully on the card. That's crazy. I'm sorry, dude. If they can put Cyberpunk 2020, if they can put Cyberpunk 2020, or sorry, if they can put Cyberpunk onto one of those little Nintendo Switch cards, tell me how the hell can you not fit a full AAA game on a disc? And the DLC? Brother. Very unoptimized past 100 gigabyte games. Yeah, well, maybe these guys should probably stop making over 100 gigabyte games. You know, I had a long conversation with some people that worked at Activision, working on a little game called Call of Duty. And one of the things that they told me, they worked for Raven. And one of the things these guys told me was that one of the reasons why Call of Duty, like the Warzone file size and just Call of Duty file size in general, is as big as it is because there's so much leftover code that they just have not removed from the game. So anytime something breaks, they go in and they add more rather than remove. Same thing goes for assets. If an asset breaks or there's an issue with an asset, they'll just layer assets on top of each other. That's the reason why like performance will dip super hard in some of their games, and you'll have some issues with that as well. All of it's coming down to the fact that they're just not optimizing their games. They're not removing any of the bloat that's attached to these games. And if they actually did, really good example of this. Do you guys remember back with, what was it? Yeah, Helldivers 2 reduced their file size from 154 gigabytes to just 23 gigabytes. Let that sink in for a second. Now imagine that is a small team with a relatively large game. Imagine how big that bloat must be for a AAA game that has 1,000 people working on it that never even talk to one another. Half of the issues that we have in the games industry quite literally just come down. Sorry. Half of the issues that we have in the games industry quite literally just come down to the fact that these guys do not put in enough effort. It's because we are constantly being served the minimum viable product every single time. That's the whole reason why most of these games are digital, and that's why they want to push these games as digital, and that's why they don't put them on physical media anymore. They can't fit them on there because they're not taking the time to properly optimize it. It's because they're constantly launching the minimum viable product. The reason they want that in a digital delivery system is because they can fix it on the fly. They can pause the update. They can do whatever they need to be able to switch it out real quick and give you the one where they fixed all the stuff that immediately breaks it. The funny thing is if these games were actually being supported the way that the way that they should be, and we didn't have to worry about any of this stuff, probably a really good chance that any game that's out there could be fully contained on the disc, outside of like future updates that they might do to the game. Most PS5 games are fully contained on the disc and don't require a network connection. Is that true? Hold on, let me catch up on Super Chats real quick. We got that one. Just wanted to say hi and wish you a happy Friday. Thank you, Carlene to the bean. Thank you, appreciate that. Subi, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. I was ignorant to the direction of the industry. I waited on the outcome and I don't like it. Thanks for your voice and honesty. God bless. Thank you for the 5, man. Appreciate that. Mergen Mole. Sure. Jay Plays Casual. Thank you for the 5. These are also companies that are purposely making digital games without a physical copy, and then Sony goes out and says consumer preference is bullshit. Yeah, and like that's the other thing as well, is like you have had plenty of games that have come out that just have not had physical copies whatsoever, right? Like that's largely been like a choice thing, where some of these companies have it and other companies don't. So it's like I can kind of agree in some cases, I disagree in others. Yeah, you can play Baldur's Gate 3 with just the disc, but the 1.0 version is quite bugged. Yeah. That ends up being the case with a lot of these games. Like, I care about physical media, and I wanted to stick around, but I don't actually support physical media myself. But it's because I want other people to be able to have access to it if they want it. You know, part of it does actually come down to this idea of, like, you know, something that I feel is, like, just kind of like a betterment to society. If people feel that there's something worthwhile to have that symbol of physical ownership, then more power to them. Why am I going to give them shit? I can guarantee you without a doubt, especially because those discs were being made inside of a Sony factory to begin with, there was a way for these guys to be able to do it where it would actually still make economic sense and they wouldn't be losing any money on it. And if they were, they would lose only a little bit. Am I supposed to actually give a shit about the profitability of these companies? I mean, within reason. Profit within reason. But the issue is that, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, man, this is the way that things should be and yada, yada, yada. Let's get rid of physical. Let's do this. Yeah, because fuck them. This is all they do. This is all they do is optimize their profits. When the fuck have you gotten anything? Like, genuine 100% question here. What has made gaming better for you in the last 10 years? What move have these companies made where they moved in the direction of you? Specifically, if we're just talking about platform holders. Backwards compatibility? Xbox Play Anywhere? I mean, okay. If you like that, I don't know. I've never really been interested in that kind of shit. Crossplay? Hasn't crossplay been going on for more than 10 years? And also, for that matter, backwards compatibility has also been going on for well before that. Keep in mind that the original PlayStation 2 played PlayStation 1 games. The only one that hasn't done backwards compatibility was Nintendo, but that was only up to a generation, you know, but they started doing they started doing backwards compatibility with the DS. Right? Where you could still play Game Boy Advanced games, but they didn't do it on the console until, or they didn't do it on the main console until I guess the Switch. Game Boy Advance could play older. Yeah, Game Boy Advance could play older Game Boy games, original Game Boy games. We could play GameCube. Did we play? Oh yeah, you're right. It did. Did it really? Wrong. If you just spam my chat with a single fucking word, I'm gonna straight up ban your ass. Like, no hesitation. You get one warning. It's not like that. You're like, wait a minute, I typed one word. I'm fucking cooked. Game Pass is still a massive money saver for me personally. I get Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass, and also my kids get Game Pass as well, $22. Yeah, no, I fully understand that for a lot of people, Game Pass ends up actually being worth the time and worth the money. The only problem is that, like, for me, as much like that's the point though. That's like quite like I'm in the moment. I understand it. I totally get it, without a doubt. And I don't blame. And that's like the same thing as this conversation we're having about physical and digital media, right? So like I'll flip this conversation, right? Where he's saying, okay, you know, where was all your support for physical media? You can't be mad that it's the thing now, right? I know where subscriptions go. I know where subscriptions go, and I know what the game is. But I also don't blame the people that are actively using it right now that are likely making it our future. Because it is a good value. But that's also the entire point. Look at Hulu, look at Netflix. The whole idea of how they gain market dominance is by overvaluing, and this is actually the same for basically every single, this is the exact same for any other subscription service, which is that you flood the customers with so much value, and then you spend years after that draining that value back out of them, in shitifying your service, providing as less as you lowering the amount that you actually provide to them while charging them more money, making it more difficult, putting up more barriers. Boil the frog. Exactly. Yeah, boil the frog. Game Pass should have died a long, long time ago. I actually think that Game Pass eventually I think there's a really good chance that it doesn't happen. You got to keep in mind, like, how long has Game Pass been a thing? $9 years. Which, by the way, to go on to like bring up the idea of like how like they flood you with value and they bait you in and then they increase the prices and then shitify the service later to be able to make more money after claiming market dominance and making it where you don't really have any other option other than to use them, right? By like consolidating the industry, buying up a bunch of IP. Does it sound familiar at all? Or making it where, like, if you want to watch a very specific show, there's only one place that you can go to watch it, right? They do the same thing with video games in the games industry, but Xbox Game Pass started off free. A lot of people don't remember this. Xbox Game Pass started off free. It was a part of your Xbox Live Gold subscription. Then later on down the road, not very far after, $1, was that what it was? I thought it was just with Xbox Live Gold. If I wasn't, am I mistaken? I'm almost positive it was. I don't remember ever paying for it for like the first year. Okay, I guess I was wrong. It was not included. Xbox Live Gold did not include the full Game Pass. They were historically separate subscriptions, with Gold offering online multiplayer and a few other things. Library. However, Microsoft did officially discontinue Xbox Live Gold in 2023. That was years ago. That was a few years ago, right? When the service is launched, Xbox Live Gold, November 2002, it would originally cost $10 a month or $50 for the full year. Xbox Game Pass, the standard console subscription, launched at a flat $10 a month. It gave players unlimited access to a rotating. Yeah, I know. When Xbox Game Pass Ultimate introduced itself a few years later, bundling both Gold and Game Pass together. That might have been what I was thinking of. That's what I was probably getting it confused with, where I'd gotten Game Pass Ultimate because they had bundled Gold and Game Pass together. And that was $14.99 a month. Jesus, man, that's gone up. Man, that's gone up. Man, that's crazy. Holy shit. Next, we'll have Ultimate Plus. No, the next version of Game Pass, mark my words. Mark my words and come back to this moment. The next version of Game Pass you will have is Game Pass with ads. It'll be free Game Pass with ads. It'll be the addition of a third tier, and they will probably increase the cost of Game Pass across the board. It's just the next step. It's just the next step for a subscription service. Like, it's the logical next step. It's what every other subscription service in the history of subscription services have done at this point. So, like, of course, that's going to be what the next thing that they're going to do is. Is there anything else here? So, Sony announces an important update. I didn't even actually read this. What does this actually say here? The physical disc production is ending in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. So you got 2 years, less than 2 years at this point. As consumer preferences in the broader entertainment industry have continued to shift away from physical disc to digital, physical game disc production for all new games on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting in January 2028. Following this release date, new consoles will be available on the PlayStation Store at retailers in digital formats only. This transition has no impact on the games that are already released or will be releasing prior to January 2028 in disc format. There's two reasons why they're doing this. One is price control, and two is price control. Just on two different things. The price control in the first part is being able to bring the cost down on the production of PlayStation consoles. Without the disk drive, they're saving some money that they're going to be able to cut off from what they would have normally had to spend in memory right now because of memory pricing and how that's completely gone out of whack, right? So they're cutting costs here to be able to save on the production of future PlayStation 5s. The other part is price control based off of actual video games in the market. So if you go and you look at, I don't know, let's go to Walmart. Let's see here. Why? So, let's see here. Let's do... I don't know. What do you guys think? PlayStation games. Can I just do that? Will it give it to me? Red Dead Redemption 2. You can buy it on PlayStation 5 for $24 right now. And there you go. Literally the first option we got. It was Red Dead Redemption 1? Oh, was it? Oh, fuck, you're right. Okay. Is there not a PlayStation 5 version? So it's even worse? So it's even worse? I like how somebody's like, that's Red Dead 1. And the price is even worse. You just made the price even worse. $19.93. $59.99. My God. My God. That is crazy. Holy shit. PlayStation, you are wild. You are wild. How much it is on Steam? It is... Oh, I can also see why they don't want to have their games on PC anymore either, huh? Even though, well, no, that's not necessarily true. I saw somebody say, well, the publishers are also the ones that put those games on sale on the platform, but I don't think that that's necessarily fully true. I think that also if Steam wants to put a game on sale, they can as well, but they have to pay the developer, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if that's a thing or not. I might just be fucking imagining that. Are there times Steam puts the game on sale, but fit part of the cost themselves rather than the publisher? No. Okay, I imagine that. Never mind. Take that back. That was fake news. That was fake news. Fake news. The only reason I thought of that is because I thought it would actually, that's something that I would do if I was a business that was trying to promote my platform, right? I'd spend money to be able to put those games on discount. Crafty something. I can't read your name. Sorry. For whatever reason, the like chat thing, I can't extend the chat window, which sucks. So I can't see people's full names. I wonder if I just did pop out chat, would that work? Yes, that would work. Okay, that's way better. I just need to use pop out chat, to be honest with you. That's just a better way to roll. That is just a better way to roll. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where did the super chats go? Here are they. Here they be. Here they be. Crafty Miscreant, thank you for the 20. Appreciate that. Don't forget, AI is going to be used to crack these PlayStation 6 games so fast. Then on PC, you burn it onto a disc and put it into a CD box art. Hackers have recently killed Denuvo. Ownership ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you know what? Actually, now that you bring that up, something that I had seen that I thought was very interesting is where he be. Yeah, Frank Cifaldi, the director of video games. Frank Cifaldi, director of the Video Game History Foundation, says piracy has become the only practical way to preserve many older games that would otherwise disappear. As the director of the Historical Video Game Preservation Institution and somebody who has dedicated their entire life to this cause, this is accurate. We have attempted to work with the industry's trade organization to find a legal path forward, but they refuse to offer a meaningful alternative. Damn. That's a legit organization, by the way. That is a legit organization, and that guy has been running it for a long time, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's him right here, Frank Cifaldi. Yeah, this is him right here. Video game historian and producer with over 20 years of experience preserving this medium's history. And bro right here is like, we tried to work with them. It's time to pirate. I brought this up. Dude, this makes me look so much smarter than I actually am. Or maybe I am smart. Maybe that's what's going on. Do you guys remember what I had said the other day? I think it was in the video, was it last week's video? Where I brought it up and I had said, going forward, it looks like piracy is going to be the most permanent option for any game that you could get. Because at least in that case, you know that it's not going anywhere because you're the one that has it. It's going to be the only semblance of permanence that you can find. These guys are putting their backs up against the wall. We're not doing it to them. They're doing it to themselves. They're doing it to themselves. I'm going to tell you right now, for the most part, we'll get our way. Because we find a way. Piracy is a service issue, and these guys just made the biggest service issue of all. Jelani Wood, thank you for the 5. That minimum viable product you speak of is called best effort practices internally across the board in gaming to telecom to ISPs. Speak from experience. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, the companies themselves don't actually call it minimum viable product. They say we put in our best effort. Shut the fuck up. So stupid. Bender the Offender, thank you for the 10. I thought you were already on the road. Otherwise, I would have popped down onto stream sooner. This is my final stream at this apartment. This is my final stream at this apartment. The next time you guys see me on stream, it'll be in the castle. Mount Doom. The Legion of Doom. My basement looks dope, by the way. My basement looks it's going to look so good. I'm not done with it yet. I had they did some painting and stuff like that, but dude, it's going to be so nice. It's going to be so nice. I'm going to get like a little like office built so I can, have some privacy with you guys. Have some privacy. And then I'm going to get some other stuff set up in there and stuff like that too. So man cave streams, essentially that's what it's going to be. Yeah, it is going to be my man cave down there. It is going to be my space to do what I wish. I've also immediately, for whatever reason, YouTube started serving me home like driving range kits, like the digital driving range kits, the golf sims that you can like set up in your house or in the like in a garage with like the full like projector screen and stuff. And I'm like sitting there and I'm like, why would I ever want that? Why would I? Stop targeting me. Stop fucking targeting me. Wes, thank you for the 5. Hi, Legendary. I'm a mythic character that takes forever to get. I'm a mythic character that takes forever to get, but is completely useless. Who am I? Actually enjoying getting all the characters like that. What? I'm a mythic character. I'm confused. Thank you for the 5. I don't know. The fucking Riddler in chat. If you're talking about like a gacha game or something, I wouldn't. Fuck all I know. I have no idea. PlayStation's refund policy also won't give it to you if you stream or download. I know their refund policy is ass over on PlayStation. It's so bad. It's so bad. They're worse than Nintendo. They actually like I can't like I said this last week. I'm gonna say it again. PlayStation and Xbox are fucking up so bad. They're making me like Nintendo. And Nintendo was the one that first charged $80, and they're also like the most litigious company in the games industry that are like the most like brutal when it comes to people trying to like even play games that they own on hardware that they own in some cases. What a crazy thing to say. Cracks Knuckles in BitTorrent. Thank you for the $2, Carlene. Or Carlini. We'll say it like that. Wetha, thank you for the $5. I want to write you an essay why AI is basically dead. It's not the future. It's literally them fighting their doom. I think that AI has uses, but only within limited scope. It is not a consumer product. I've talked about that in videos of my own. I've talked about that in multiple videos that I just don't see. I don't see AI taking off as a consumer product, and the only way that they're actually going to be able to do anything is if they just force it into products regardless, and then call that active users, which is essentially what they're doing right now. Currently, as it stands, and I guess I don't understand like how far this goes, essentially, but without any real commercial use, like they're eventually gonna get fucked. But then the government will bail them out. And then we'll be in like the biggest financial crisis that we've ever seen in our entire lives. Maybe even in the history of humans. Well, the history of society, I guess, is probably a better way to say it, not humans. You're pronouncing it correctly, no worries. Thank you for the 2, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like right now, one of the reasons why it's literally just investor bubble. It's like if you want to make a bunch of money right now, you put money into AI and then watch that money grow. So like the next time that AI dips, any of these AI stocks dip, you just buy in and hold on for dear life and hope this isn't when they're planning to get out. And you watch that money grow and grow and grow. And that's really all that's actually happening because there's no real commercial use for any of this technology right now, and they're not going to be making any money off of it. I mean, look at, ChatGPT and OpenAI as an example, right? Like those guys are like billions and billions in debt already, and they haven't really done much of anything. And now they're getting like shunned from the industry, and they're all, Bankman-Fried, whatever his name is, Sam Bankman-Fried is like getting treated like a redheaded stepchild. Like nobody wants to talk to him or pay attention to him anymore. The only one that does is Microsoft, but that's just because they made the mistake of giving them too much money and investing into them. Elon hates him. Yeah, I know Elon does. But Elon's investing into the same shit as well. And he's really just there and he also, The funny thing is that he actually catches, like, maybe he's not. I have no idea, but he kind of catches me as somebody that like knows exactly what's going on with this whole AI situation and is just profiting off it just the same. Like, it's just a toy. It's not. It has, like, I guess people. I don't, like, you have to be on either one side or the other. You have to either believe in infinite human growth and you think that we are going to create God, or it's just a toy that might have some commercial uses, but more likely just to have business uses to a lower standard. It's going to be sex bots? All right. That is a commercial use. Enjoy your sex bot. That'll be $1,200 an hour, and you have to clean it yourself. Oh, man. Oh, man. What is this here? Former president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment America, Sean Layden, says if we could develop a game for $5 or $6 million like back in the PS1 era days, then we'd make 10. 10 different games that would... 10 different games that would go... Hold on, why can't I read? God damn, my throat. All right, try it again. Former president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment America, Sean Layden, says if we could develop a game for $5 or $6 million, like back in the PS1 days, then we'd make 10 different games through which the public sensibilities could be expressed. We would have so many bizarre games on the we had so many bizarre games on the PS1 because their cost and risk was manageable. We could literally go blow for 6 or 7. Even him. We could go blow for $6 or $7 million on a project that didn't work. It wasn't that big of a deal. At the worst, we learned our lesson. Now every project costs $100 million or more. Risk tolerance disappears. Industry executives want to know if it's a sequel and an established franchise. Industry executives want to know if it's a sequel or an established franchise. Brother, you mean investors. You mean investors. They want to be told that the game in question is like Fortnite mixed with Call of Duty in the world of Zombieland. Again, you're talking about investors. You have to come up with pitches like that to get funding. You're right. Basically, nobody wants to finance a game that's about a ballet of unicorns in space. As long as we analyze game projects through a purely financial lens, risk tolerance will remain non-existent. 95% of video game development costs are salaries. They've increased, and that's why the budgets have increased as well. So we look at the solutions that are available to us. Is it possible to lower salaries while staying in California? I don't think so. So I agree with part of this. The part of this I agree with is the California. Moving game developers and the games industry out of California and just diversifying the space and by sending it across the country and having it in, more lower cost of living areas is going to save the developers a lot of money. It's going to save the studios a lot of money. It's going to save the business a lot of money. And it's also largely going to give a lot better quality of life to the people that are working there. And most of these guys are trying to work remotely anyway. So if you move the company out of California and stop paying California wages, you're going to save a lot of dough. The other part is, this is the most important part. The part of this that I actually disagree with, I like Sean Layden, by the way. I think the guy's really cool. But I disagree with him on this part. They've increased, and that's why the budgets have increased as well. That is not actually what the problem is. That's not what the problem is. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to explain why. Let's get a little thing here. Let's get a note. Notepad. What the fuck? I don't know what we're doing here. Okay. I want to make a video game character for a AAA game. How many people do you need? I need a let's see here. Where's the font size? I need a concept artist. Probably 2. I need a 3D modeler. Oh my god. I need a rigging and technical artist. Well, are rigging and technical artists one person or 2 people? I'd probably say it's pretty fair to say both. So we'll say a rigger. Okay, and tech. And then we'll also say texture artist. What else do we need? Probably a shading like a shader specialist. We need we're still missing something. Oh, you're going to need an engineer to actually put it into the game, right? Oh, yeah, shader would be VFX artist. You're right. What else do we need? Oh, you need a mocap engine. Oh my god, am I? Well, no, just a mocap tech, right? Mocap tech. Mocap actor. Oh, you need a 3D animator. Because the character has to move, remember? Voice actor. And a writer. Oh, very, very good. Yes, also diversity consultant. Oh, and then keep in mind, you still have to have a, so you'd have a team leader, a creative lead, a producer, and then studio manager. Oh, no. Project manager, studio head. We'll say it like that. Because all of these people would be inside this one chain. Yeah, well, creative director, yeah, for sure. Creative director. There you go. It's not the fact that you are right that 95% of their costs are salaries, and those salaries have increased, and that's why budgets have increased as well. No. It's also the fact that you guys have increased how many people that you need to do a very specific thing in a video game. And the fact that video games have largely become highly specialized, like requiring like highly specialized roles, specifically at AAA. This is not something that exists in AA. It is not something that exists inside of indie. These are the people that are doing most of the work by themselves. And while they have a couple of specialists for a couple of different things, the vast majority of the people that are working on AAA games are spread across tons of different specializations. And they all have their own salaries. And what it took you to do one thing 15 years ago, when it took you one person to do one thing 15 years ago, 20 years ago, now it takes you 15 people or more to be able to accomplish the exact same thing. And you're going to do it. What used to take you maybe a month now takes you an entire year. This is what your problem is. And by the way, this is not me saying that these people aren't worth anything. In fact, I'd be suffice to say that probably half of these people, if not the entire team, would be incredibly talented at what they do. And they all have varying skill levels and usefulness, and etc. The problem is it's not necessary. And you are doing it inside of an industry that does not need this level of detail and does not need this level of investment. It does not need this many people. I'm just going to put it that simply, okay? That's as simple as I can put it. Plain English here, okay? What has happened to the games industry is they have tried to infinitely scale it, throwing more and more people at the problem, and effectively have tried to turn the games industry into Hollywood. Because that's what they want. Desperately, that's what they want. The industry itself has been chasing this. The developers themselves have been chasing this. They want the recognition. They want the money. They want everything. And this is how they feel like they can get to it. But the problem is that this crazy level of production to effectively deliver me a 13-hour interactive movie just isn't worth my money or my time. And the more people that you involve in this process, the longer that you make me wait and the more that you charge me, the less I care. And that has been proven time and time and time again with AAA game after AAA game after AAA game. And these idiots are going to look at Grand Theft Auto 6. And if that game comes out and it is high quality, if that game comes out and it's good, these morons are going to think that's the way. To be even more specialized, to invest even more money. Guys, we've been screwing up this entire time. We've been investing millions when we were supposed to be investing billions. Well, I think that there's a space for it, and I think that it should still exist. I do think that these crazy budget, wildly expensive games should still exist, but in a much smaller scope. And the problem is that the games industry has tried to build a foundation off of these games, and it's just not realistic. It's just not necessary. And I'm going to prove it to you. Let's see here. What would be the one we'd want to pick? Well, we'll do this. This is fine. Resident Evil 7. Banger game. Absolutely gorgeous. Fucking love this game. Insane level of detail and realism. The game is just 10 out of 10. I love this game up, down, and sideways. Sold 7 million copies. This year's highest selling game looks like this. This year's highest selling game so far has sold 12.6 million units. EA FC 2026 is at 9 million copies. Resident Evil is at 7.5. This game has already lapped EA Sports FC 26 during what I consider, honestly, one of the largest years for soccer ever. Or football, whatever you want to fucking call it. Soccer. Because it's here in America. And because it's here in America, it's the best right now, right? In one of the biggest years for soccer, this game is beating it. And they're not even beating it by a small margin. They're beating it by millions of copies. Made by two guys. Two guys. Two guys made it, sold it for $5. It's the most widely played game right now, and everybody's been in on it. Everybody's been covering it and playing it and talking about it and selling. It's been selling like crazy. So you tell me, what do you think is the safer investment? Shoveling hundreds of millions and billions of dollars into these massive games that require 1,000 people to create but can't even turn around and make their money back, or the games that are made by two guys in a basement that go on to sell 12.5 million copies? How's Schedule 1 doing? Why does it do that? Why you do that? How about that? Well, how about that? One guy. One guy. One guy. So it's something like .hack. You do all the optional content in the game, and then you get to the anime characters while they're level 1, while you're at level 250. I played... Which .hack? Which .hack? This is the one I played. Oh, no, I played both of these, actually. I played both of these. Volume 2 and Volume 3. I never... Maybe I played all... No, I don't think I played this one. No, I played... Why did I play the last one? No wonder I had no idea what the fuck was going on. No, I don't know. I'd have to actually figure out which one. I know I played one of them. I can't remember what it was. It was on PS2 though. I do know that. Happy 4th of July, my fellow American. Tyler Hill, thank you for the $5. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Wetha, thank you for the $5. Even back with the PS2 eras, they spent $30 million and get $1 million in sales at $49.99. My reference for Final Fantasy X. Yeah. Yeah. I think Final Fantasy X sold a hell of a lot more than 1 million copies, though. I'm almost positive that game did. How many? $21 million units worldwide. So they budgeted that game for $30 million, which would be $62 million today, with a team of more than 100 people. Which, by the way, a team of 100 people is fine. That's actually like for AAA games. Honestly, that's what I would actually like to see these teams get cut down to, is more like 100 people. A little bit more depending on if there's like, if it's actually going to be like something that's live, right? If it's a live service game or something like that, you're going to need more people for infrastructure, but still. Final Fantasy X was both a critical and commercial success, shipping over 8.5 million units worldwide on the PlayStation 2. It has been cited as one of the greatest video games of all time. As of September 2021, the Final Fantasy X series. Oh, so the series together is sold 20.8 million units worldwide. At the end of March, it had surpassed 21.1. So the series would be X and X2. I can't imagine that X2 accounts for many of those sales. I'll be honest with you. I don't see that being the case. That's mostly Final Fantasy X. Mostly Final Fantasy X. This is also no explain the reason why. I worked in the games industry for 7 years. This is purely a Western problem. So there's your talent, but then you bring nobodies that you pay for more than your talent. Yeah, there's a lot of wastefulness in the Western games industry. An insane amount of it. Absolutely absurd. Mostly due to middle management. It's a lot of roles to manage other roles and a lot of specialized roles that are just not necessary. I'm sorry, but like, you know, if you're somebody that's like a 3D artist, you should also be the VFX artist in a lot of cases. The problem is that these games tend to scope creep themselves and get bigger than they actually need to be. And then as a result, you need more people because you just can't get it done in a realistic amount of time. They set their sights too high. Tau 12 us. Tautus. Thank you for the 11-month membership. Holy shit, it's almost been a year. This also involves education. People get degrees to do specific things with no motivation instead of actually having a passion to pull off a vision. That's also a part of it as well. You're getting a lot of people that are getting like generalized degrees in certain things that they're going for, or very specialized degrees in some cases, and they just fall into some of these roles. With the 5, thank you again. Well, BlackRock and Tencent are still a huge issue. China lost zero money. China do games. China want games bad. Cough, cough. Tencent. Like you're saying, like you think that like Tencent. Is that the theory here, that like Tencent is specifically investing in bad video games to make games worse so that Chinese games look better? Gavo, thank you for the 5. Football. What is this? Too many heads on the same thing and too much woke agenda pushing. The agenda pushing stuff. Well, I think that there's like some studio involvement and some like artist involvement and like the general belief of some of the people that are there. I don't really, I've kind of largely unsubscribed from the idea that it is like this. Like, a part of me, I don't know. Like some of it is absolutely some of it is absolutely like activist motivated, where it is somebody that's trying to like make an impact or change things in the games industry. I actually think a good portion of it is actually just virtue signaling that these guys mistook for reality. I really do think like it's just feminizing video games because they're trying to broaden the audience, and they think that by virtue signaling that the games will allow it. So they're basically being attacked from both sides. You have developers that largely subscribe to these beliefs, and then you have executives that believe, looking at social media metrics and, you know, engagement and stuff like that, that this kind of stuff actually would bring more attention to their games and grow their audience. So they allow it. That isn't an absolutely insane take. China forms long-term plans. The only problem that I have with that specific, like the idea of like China purposefully investing, the issue that I have with that kind of theory is that it's the idea of like Tencent specifically investing in bad games and throwing money away when Tencent invests in really good games as well. In fact, a lot of the Chinese games that they invest in don't do well, but the Western games that they do invest in do pretty damn well. Path of Exile is a really good example. Warframe is a good example. Tencent has 30% stake in Larian Studios. They made Baldur's Gate 3. So you wouldn't want to, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you would, like, that's a really ineffective strategy if you're still helping to grow the industry in other areas instead. I'm actually excited for Phantom Blade Zero. It's going to be really good. I can't really speak for the story because I didn't really get to like get involved in the story of the game, but like gameplay wise, cooking. Tencent has stake in Katakawa 2, which is the parent company for From Software. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Continuing on. We went down a rabbit hole there for a little bit. What time we got? All right, cool. I don't plan on streaming all night long. I also don't plan on playing. I don't think I'm probably going to play any games tonight or anything like that. I still have writing to do because I need to get up in the morning and I have to get up in the morning and I have to do the whole deal. Bro kind of reminds me of Luke Stevens if he was a Taco Bell manager. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, if you're gonna actually insult somebody, think of something that actually makes sense. As a female gamer, I don't want watered-down, pandering product, tone-deaf corpos, as if I don't like the same things as men. Pegasus, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, most women don't. I think a really good example of this is something like, well, Resident Evil is a really good example of this. Right? I mean, like, yeah. Resident Evil is a really good example of this. I also think that, actually, on the topic, Marvel Rivals is a really good example of this. Why did they have to make his dong that? I mean, like, part of me is kind of like, Part of me says based because it's Captain America. So the most American character in this this Chinese live service game has the biggest dong. So like that's America's cock. You can't fucking hate on it. I can't hate on it. And chicks love Marvel Rivals. They love Marvel Rivals. Equal gooning opportunity game. It really is an equal gooning opportunity game. Yeah. It is. I do you know what? And I'm here for it. The only thing that I have a problem with, is how quickly and thoroughly both games media and a bunch of these people on fucking social media pop out and see this guy and they go, oh my God. Oh, it's so good. We can see it from behind. Why do they have to do that? They pull out this character and they're like, this is it, right? They're like, oh my God, this is so great. And they're ogling it and they're going crazy over it. But if I remember correctly, when they started putting out those Emma Frost skins, when they put out the skins for Black Cat, they sure had a lot to say about women being objectified. They had a lot to say about women being objectified. But the second it's a man, it's so... I'm for equal rights, okay? I'm for equal rights, and you should be too. You should be too. I don't know what the fuck these guys were, and also like all the like they really didn't have to go that far. But as an American, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I guarantee that was designed for women. Brother, I don't know how to break this to you. But men spend a lot more money in video games than women do. And also, I'm just going to say this. As a gamer, I see this, and all I can think of is how funny as fuck it would be to run around as Captain America with a big old schlong as I'm fucking up people in Marvel Rivals. I'm like, if I was playing Marvel Rivals, I would buy this skin immediately because I would think it is the funniest fucking thing in the world. I would think it is the funniest thing in the world because I'm like, what's the last thing that you see before you die? God, imagine the teabagging potential. You're not teabagging. You're literally nuking the ground. You're fucking drilling for oil. Like a real American. Assemble! Eagle sounds? Fuck, can I find this? I saw this the other day. Let me see if I can find this. It should be on YouTube as well. Bro, you suck. Here it is. Okay. I want to see if I can find. I want to see if this video is on YouTube. You got this dude fucking cracks me up. You guys have seen it. If I can find the one recently that I'd seen that was like, it was so fucking funny. Ah, yes. Yes, here you go. I saw this. This had me fucking die.
Okay, sorry, excuse me.
你好，什么？
I'm kind of lost. Do you speak English?
啊，对不起，我不会讲英文。
Oh, okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
我只会讲 American。
Oh, well, American's not really a language. Oh.
I beg your pardon. 你howdy.
Oh, okay. Like you mean?
Just love the idea of just like eagle squawking at somebody. We're like, oh, do you speak American? Yeah, I do. And you just fucking eagle squawk at them just to assert your dominance. I love it.
Amen.
Yeah, and
Ford Mustang GT.
My fellow American.
okay.
It's too good, dude. Knee howdy. I love this guy. Dude, oh man, it's so funny. It's so funny. It caught me off guard. I was like getting ready to fall asleep last night and I like scrolled onto it on like Instagram Reels and this is like all of a sudden I'm like laying in bed dying laughing and then I couldn't go to sleep for another 30 minutes. Way too funny. I do love me some stereotypes. Stereotypes are super fun. I don't know why people demonize them. Stereotypes are great. Hidetaka Miyazaki says that FromSoft has multiple unannounced projects in development with Dustblood's Elden Ring Tarnished Edition and the Elden Ring live-action movie already on the horizon. From Software's future is looking incredibly stacked. What do you hope gets revealed next? I want Armored Core 6 DLC. That's what I want. I want Armored Core 6. I want Armored Core 6 DLC. Everybody's talking about Bloodborne 2 or Bloodborne on PC. I want Armored Core 6 DLC. I want something actually realistic for one. And also something that's just flat out better. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love, you know, I love Elden Ring. It's one of my favorite games. I love Dark Souls. Also, some of my favorite games. Man, I love me some Armored Core 6. I love me some Armored Core 6. Do you see the shareholders at are trying to oust the Katakawa CEO because he didn't milk Elden Ring? Yeah, I seen that. Which they're already doing to begin with. They have a tarnished edition, so like I guess a complete edition that's coming out, and they have a live action movie as well, right? Like you're getting some money there. Go back to their roots, resurrect Tenchu. That'd be actually kind of cool. I could see them try to go back. A new IP would be fun. Are you trying to say like new IP as them like getting away from Souls games? It could be interesting. That could be interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that they're going to do that. I personally don't think that they're going to do that. Not, at least not yet. But yeah. It's not even getting rid of like Souls like. I think that there's like something there that they could do to like expand on their current formula, and I'd like to see them work on that. They need to do something new, in my opinion. I mean, they kind of did with Armored Core 6, right? I mean, when did... Yeah, it had been like 12 years since they had made an Armored Core. Well, I don't know if there was another one after 5. I can't remember. Oh, Verdict Day was after that? I still feel like it was a really long time since they had made an Armored Core. And I also feel like Armored Core 6 is like I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Epic Games CEO Tim Sweeney argues that AI could have made Destiny more profitable. Why don't you try using AI to make your storefront more profitable? If AI is the solution to everything, why aren't you using it to solve all your problems, Timmy? I think you got your own problems to worry about. AI would have saved it, guys. AI would have saved Destiny. They would have been able to make cheaper content, cheaper slop content faster. Like, I don't understand. Like, one of the things that like really pisses me off recently is that like there's this like overwhelming desire. I know what it is. It's just a lack of accountability. You're seeing it all across the games industry. You have a lot of these CEOs are having these conversations about how, guys, it's not the Destiny developers' fault. It's not the Destiny leadership's fault. It's the industry. It's the macroeconomic environment in which it resides in. That's what the problem is. It's economic headwinds, you know? It's Baba Yaga. Like it's nothing. It's ethereal. It's nothing that you can actually blame. It's this thing that people can point to and say that they imagine actually exists, but doesn't actually exist in this case. The reason that Destiny failed is because Destiny just became a worse game, a worse version of itself. The game went, like, the content for the game just lost quality. The story eventually just kind of lost people. The writing wasn't as good. I think in certain places it ended up being better than others. But, like, the content itself just wasn't good enough. They didn't fix the areas of the game that needed to be fixing, and eventually people just walked away from it, and that was it. It just lost people's interest because it just wasn't a very good game, and they constantly, every single year, ratcheted up the monetization. Which, honestly, I'd probably say that's probably one of the biggest... Which, actually, I'd probably say that was, like, probably the biggest killer for Destiny. Their monetization model, I guarantee you, had a lot to do with why people walked away from that game. It became so expensive. So insanely expensive. And not only did it become expensive, but it was also convoluted. It was so difficult to figure out what you actually needed, what was included, what wasn't included, what's free to play, what's not free to play. Dude, it just got out of control. It got so out of control. At one point in time, people look at your game and they don't even know what they're looking at anymore. It's why I quit Destiny 2. It's why I quit Destiny 2. Well, I quit. I quit after Witch Queen because of monetization and also just like a general irritation with the direction of the company and things that they were doing after they had sunset content. Like, I never got over that. I still haven't got over it. The feeling of taking away something that I paid for was just like it's like the ultimate betrayal. Ultimate betrayal. So glad I quit before Lightfall. I just finished Lightfall. Good for you. It was trash. It was really bad. I mean, narrative-wise, it was really bad. I mean, the environments and stuff like that were actually pretty cool. I'm in the next expansion now, trying to get through the story content. Right now, I'm just focusing on story content and doing some side stuff whenever I feel like it. And then I'm going to work on gear and stuff like that. The final shape, though, peak. I think that's what I'm on right now. I'm inside the Traveler. Ooh woo. Oh, man. I don't know. This guy's a fucking joke, though. I saw this. The Odyssey trailer has been ratioed. Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? Is it this one? The 32 million? That's a month ago. This is 2 days ago. This is 6 months ago. Dear God. Look at, like, actually, you want to know something that's like way more concerning? Is like, look how much like interest has kind of like died around it. I don't know, like maybe it ends up getting up to this, but I don't really see that. I don't know. So this is the latest one. Within 2 days. Fuck. Within 2 days. Is it really that bad? Now I'm in. He's actually pretty good. He's actually pretty, I don't understand. Is that Matt Damon that they have playing the main lead? Yeah. Robert Pattinson is goated. He is really good. He is really good. Yeah. Why wouldn't you get somebody like Gerard Butler? Am I old coded for saying that? Like, I feel like he would be a way better Odysseus. I don't know, man. 100% of this casting is dumb, in my opinion. Russell Crowe or Gerard. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a reason that people have used these guys for those kind of roles basically their entire career. And it's because they're goated at it. And they totally look like that guy. The dude. The guy that would make it through this kind of shit. Brad Pitt, even? Yeah, okay. No, I don't know. Would he? Kind of. I don't know. Maybe. The problem is that my brain is like more like probably like younger Tom Cruise. No. Brad Pitt did Achilles. Yeah, that was a role that suited him back then, though. I don't know if, like, I have to think about like older Brad Pitt, right? Like, he's probably gonna do fine. He just doesn't look like that dude. I don't really know how to say it any better than that. Why is this chick in everything, dude? She's like, I don't dislike her, but she's also like not really like a character to me. I don't really know how to. Same. It's like me watching this trailer. Okay, the other thing. What the fuck is this armor, dude? Who did the prop design? This looks horrible. These dudes look like action figures. Like cube men. It's so bad. It's so bad. It looks like Gondor's armor. No, it does not look like Gondor's armor. Do not come in here. These guys were fucking Chads. Where's the actual ones? These guys were fucking Chads. What are you talking about? Bro, this shit is gangster. These guys look like, I don't know. I can't think of anything witty to call them, to be honest. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. This just looks fucking dumb. Yeah, these guys are effectively in dad aprons, right? Like, don't bother the chef, where it has like the fucking abs painted onto it. Temu 300 armor. It actually does look like they Temu'd this. You want to know the reason why it looks like this? Likely because they made it out of some kind of like light material, and they didn't want to make it out of like, they didn't want these guys to wear any actual metal or anything like that, because Hollywood actors and fucking extras are so fucking soft that they can't even be slightly in any discomfort whatsoever. Otherwise they just fold under pressure. I guarantee. I don't know. I'll go see it at the very least, because it's I know it's gonna be like a fucking, people are gonna be talking about it. So part of me might want to watch it just because, out of morbid curiosity. But I don't know. Maybe I probably won't. I'll just wait for it to go to DVD or something like that, I guess. Or streaming. It'll probably be on streaming like a fucking week after or something. Guarantee it. Reminds me of the play scene in Thor Ragnarok. Yeah, kind of. Thank you for the 5. Spirit Halloween made a killing off this movie. I don't know. What is Spirit Halloween? I don't know what that is. Did I miss a super chat? Did it like disappear or something like that? Thanks for all your hard work and keeping the industry honest. Thank you, man. Thank you for the, I don't know why it's not popping up for me or whatever. Johnson John, thank you for the super chat. I don't know if I got to it already and it doesn't want to show it to me or something. I have no idea. Supergirl? Oh, fuck, man. I had no interest in that. I don't even like DC to begin with, to be honest with you. I've never been a fan. Oh, but the thing that I was going to talk about, I saw this. I like Keith. I like Mighty Keith. I really do. I hung out with the dude. We had dinner. We hung out. Super nice guy. A lot of fun. Really funny. Super relatable. Cool guy. You got to stop doing this. The funny thing is, you see people and the funny thing is that people actually eat this up. One, you're Googling, and that Google result is pulling off of Reddit as its source. So, like, you can't be out here, like, judging. And I guarantee if I go on and I look, Keith has probably said some shit about AI at one point in time. You can't be saying that shit and then posting shit like this. where Reddit is just or Google is just regurgitating some bullshit that it heard in a fucking Reddit thread, which is like heavily aggregated towards like the most like toxic groupthink in the fucking world right now. This is also just not accurate, by the way. You want to know what's not 100% accurate? This shit's not 100% accurate. So they're saying that the YouTube extension is not accurate. Now, is it saying it's not accurate because YouTube hides private dislike data from the public? These extensions use a mix of archived data and clever math to guess what the dislike count is. Let's see. Let's see if it's actually that far off. We'll grab a video of mine that has like more than 2 views. We'll grab one that's older as well, which would probably help with it being which would probably help make it a little bit more accurate, right? So we got this one right here from 2 weeks ago. It shows 166 dislikes, 20k likes. Liking the video helps like a shitload, by the way. There's a reason why YouTubers always ask for it. Any engagement on videos is like fucking insanely helpful. So I appreciate that like people like heavily engage with my videos. People also like comment the fuck out of my videos too, which is crazy. I mean, I really appreciate it. Hey, I get people talking at the very least. I guess I could say that. All right. So where is this video at? They're just lying now. Engagement. Okay, so this does not show me the exact number, but it gives me, or does it? It does. It does show me the exact number. Oh my God. Hello? Hello? I think we're back. Yeah, there it goes. That was fucking weird. Restore. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. I'll be honest with you. I have no idea. I have no idea what happened. They're out for you now? I think so. Yeah, that was really weird. Is my shit not working now? Where's my sound at? Oh, God. One, I do not want this at 100. Oh, motherfucker. Where did... God damn it, man. Hold on. I gotta fix my headset. It unplugged my headset. I gotta find it now. Could very well be. It's on your head. Yes, I know the headset is on my head. It's the computer not seeing my headset is the issue. There we go. So now you guys should have sound back. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't actually know what happened, to be honest with you. I have no clue. Some weird shit, I can tell you that. Definitely some weird shit. The computer just kind of like out of nowhere just turned off. I have no idea why. Let me see. Is it bottlenecking somewhere? Temperatures, maybe? Nope. Everything is Gucci. No clue. Bro got hacked, hidden update. Yeah, I have no idea what that was about. I'm just gonna keep it real with you. Must be Israel. The only one who could think of that is Benjamin Netanyahu, whatever his name is. All I see is the memes online. Have you tried downloading more Wham? I should try to download more Wham. Okay, so where was I at? Oh, I was trying to compare the fucking numbers on shit, and then you know what it was? It was probably YouTube, afraid that I was gonna expose them. But guess what, YouTube? It's too bad. I'm gonna do it anyway. Try it again, bitch. Okay, so we were looking at we went to my YouTube channel and we were gonna go and check the views, right? Because so he's saying this has been disproven. It is not 100% accurate. Taps the sign that this is just, dude, this is fake. This is fake. You are faking it. People actually like the trailer. Everybody's actually really excited. There is zero division around this topic, right? That's effectively what we're trying to say here. That is the message that is being pushed. Keith, I like you, bud, but I'm gonna have to see if this is actually true or not. Okay, so I'm gonna go check my YouTube channel. I'm gonna pull up a video. We'll pull up an older one, at least 2 weeks ago, so that data is kind of settled. It's stewed a little bit. And this video right here says that I have the extension says 166 dislikes and 20% likes. So I'll go ahead and I'll bring that up on my analytics. They're right. They're right. It's not accurate. Fake news. We can't use the dislike extension. How off is it? Well, see, it actually severely underestimates dislikes by almost half. Do another video? Okay. We can do another one. Okay, let's do another one. Let's see here. It doesn't really matter. I just pick one, right? So we'll do this one right here. This is controversial, so more people disliked this. I had a bunch of people unsubscribe from this video. People didn't like that I want God of War to be Kratos. So this one's cooked, right? Like 1,000 dislikes. So it should actually have way more dislikes, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. 1,000, whole ass 1,000 dislikes. Let's see if we can find that video. Is it? You are not the audience, right? There it is. Analytics. Engagement. Like, dislike. Holy shit. Yeah, people really did not like that. There you go. That's it. It quite literally misses the it on. So the extension. So the extension actually makes your videos look better. It nails the likes because obviously that's public data that they can see right in front of them, but it actually underestimates the dislikes. So that means it underestimates the dislikes by like half. Yeah. Anywhere from like 50 to 60%. It shows 50 to 60% less dislikes. Bots? Now you're just moving the goalpost. That's not what we're talking about. I'm not talking about how they got the dislikes. I'm just talking about whether or not the extension is actually usable. And it is within margin, but it's actually showing you less dislikes than you would think. And if that's the case, if you're saying like, oh, it's not showing it because of bots, YouTube would be the one to filter the bots and not show me the bots. YouTube would show me the non-botted dislikes. The extension wouldn't be able to see that. YouTube would do that because they don't want their creators to like feel like they're getting fucking spammed. They filter that shit on their own. Same thing for like botted views and shit like that. They don't want any of that stuff like mucking up the data. So in a way, the guy is right. It's not 100% right. It's usually more. Yeah, it's just not right in the way that they want it to be. Essentially, that's what it is. It's not right in the way that they want it to be. So that means that the dislikes that they're seeing are actually likely twice, if not more, higher than what the extension shows. So that means that video, that means that trailer that had like 250,000 dislikes could very well be like 500,000. Man. Isn't Keith a YouTuber? He could check himself. I don't know, probably just doesn't even think about it. Honestly, probably doesn't really care that much and just talks shit on Twitter. That's usually what you see a lot of. I saw this. A major studio head says Gen Z does not care about superhero movies. That genre belongs to millennials. It does. Superhero movies are straight up millennial slop. It is millennial slop TV. And it's all based off of the fact that like we enjoyed like it's basically the original movies like when they first started the Marvel extended universe, right? That like that's when everybody got like hooked on it, right? And ever since then, people weren't able to move past it. I mean, now I think people have moved past it. I mean, look, most of these movies fail at the box office. The only one that I'd probably say, the only one that I will say that I think that there are some superheroes that are universal, and it really isn't going to matter what generation they're a part of. They're still going to have some relevance in. Spider-Man, as an example, I think Spider-Man always ends up being like relatable. Yeah, Spidey's timeless. Spidey's always good. Even the bad Spider-Man movies are good Spider-Man movies. You know what I mean? Like, even though people shit on like the Tobey Maguire ones, like they were still really good. There's, I mean, like for what they were back in the day, everybody still fucking loved them. Everybody watched them. The Amazing Spider-Man series with, I can't remember that dude's name. I still like the movies though. The movies are really good. Batman is more relatable. Yeah, everybody has no problem relating to a guy that watches his parents die, goes crazy, and then pretends he's a bat. Andrew Garfield, yeah, that's who it is. Yeah, no, I actually do think that Batman's probably in that same kind of boat, at least to a degree, not to as high of a degree as Spider-Man, but Batman and also like the Punisher, I think, are probably pretty similar in that they are like they're not necessarily relatable as much as they are like cathartic. That's what they are. They're cathartic. They're cathartic. They're vengeance you wish to see upon society. I coach kids and I never hear them talking about superheroes. Well, that's also because like you also have to keep in mind with kids today, like not a lot of that, like what are the fucking cartoons that they're watching, right? Like a lot of us grew up, like a lot of like millennial generation grew up watching like Teen Titans and the Justice League and the like Batman series and shit like that, right? X-Men 97, Dragon Ball Z. Gargoyles, hell yeah, that was a show. Mad Cats, what do you think about that? Transformers, true. Ben 10, yeah. SWAT Cats, that's what it was. SWAT Cats. Why did I think Mad Cats? I was thinking of the control. I got it confused with the controller. Tailspin, yeah. Thundercats. Thundercats did like re-airs in the late early 90s. Power Rangers, yup. Top heavy metal. What fucking kids were watching heavy metal? What kid would you watch heavy metal? What the fuck? Like, I like heavy metal, but I don't think any kids should have been watching that. Now, don't get me wrong. My ass would stay up at night every chance I got and fucking tried to hide it from my mom and sneak out of my bedroom and get to watch MTV at night. What the fuck was it called? So MTV at night used to play Aeon Flux and Ghost in the Shell. Liquid Television. That's what it was. Liquid Television. Yeah. 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 I used to stay up late as fuck, and I would like sneak out of my room and go to watch that. Ultraviolet. Yep. Dude, that's when like wasn't am I wrong? I might be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know. I do miss old Adult Swim. Old Adult Swim was fucking peak too. Imagine showing Johnny Bravo again today. No shit. No shit. For real. Pause this shit. Let's see here. What's next? What's next on the list? There was other shit I wanted to cover too. Notice what he isn't destroying. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, I understand the symbolism, but this is kind of lame. Like, this is like, am I weird for feeling that? Like, why would you I feel bad for, like, it's a 5-year-old video. Oh, it's still lame. It's still lame to do. Like, there's plenty of kids that are out there that would love to have a fucking PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like, if you're just gonna just destroying something like this for like a, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, nah, man. Like, I imagine like what it would feel like for me to be like a kid growing up like at this time right now, right? And like I remember like the financial situation that my family was in, and we would have never been able to get a PlayStation, right? Like I was still old school gaming basically until like I was effectively like permanent retro child until the N64, I think. No, I was still a fucking a whole ass generate. Everybody was on PS1 when I was playing on N64. I didn't break out and I wasn't on the same timeline as everybody else until the PS2, and I was still like 2 years late to the PS2. It's just a controller. He puts the whole ass system in there, dog. Doesn't mince any games though. Yeah, they don't throw the games in there. It's just like one of those things where it's just like, yeah, dude, like I don't know. I would have seen this. This would make me feel like shit if I was a kid and I saw something like that online. As an Xbox guy, there's nothing sweeter watching Sony self-destruct in real time. Lamau, gotta love to see it. It's just like, how could you lack such self-awareness? Like, man, yeah, look at PlayStation. They're falling apart right now. As you're saying this from inside an actively burning building. It's like watching your neighbor's house on fire while your house is on fire as well. And be like, ha, 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 your house is on fire. Like, what is this? What is this? This is crazy. Like, you guys are in the same boat. You're headed down the same river right now. It's such a crazy thing to say. Console fanboys, man. Console fanboy. I'm not going to do it because the console people are actually frightening. I'm going to be honest with you. Those guys are psychopaths. It's not worth my time. They're such weirdos. I see like the console fanboys that will like comment on my shit on like YouTube and also on Twitter. And these guys every single time will say like, who was I talking to recently? I was talking to Astacross. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna be real with you, man. I'm like, the marathon fanboys are really weird. And he's like, yeah, and I'm like, nah, dude, like, these guys will comment on your shit and say stuff all the time, and it will have nothing to do with the actual argument or the conversation. Like, if I say something bad about Marathon, if I post like a Marathon chart or something like that, these guys, they don't actually say anything to like argue it. They're just like, you're a grifter. You're bald. You're just saying this because you're bald. What? What are you talking about? Like none of what they ever actually say is rooted in reality. It's just like, you have to be one of those guys to play Marathon. I think the only way that you could, like, you have to just be completely oblivious to the world, or like purposefully trying to ignore reality. Hair envy? Legitimately. It might be. Some dude sent me like an image of like Jason Schreier or something like this. Like, you need to get a haircut because you're starting to look like this guy. And I'm like, the hair swoop's not hiding anything. It's not hiding anything. I'm going to tell you that right now. There you go. You want to see the hairline? No recession here, okay? No recession. We're staying in the union. We're staying in the union, baby. Flow's fire, not gonna lie. I actually need to get it cut. Not much, though. I'm not gonna get it cut much. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Just off the back, not actually off the... Yeah, just off the back. Because I didn't realize, like, I'm cool with the hair being, like, right here. Like, kind of chilling down here, doing all this shit it's doing right here. I didn't realize the back. This shit goes down my back now. Like, it's down there. Like, I wanted to be, like, shoulder height. I was cool with that, but I didn't realize it's, like, down my back already. That's crazy. Too hairy? Yeah, it's some fucking, Welsh genes, I guess. Or the Scottish part. I'm not really too sure. Or the Native American. I'm pretty sure it was just an orgy of hairy people and alcoholics. I want to point this out. I've been watching Paul Tossi, and I think that every single day he is slowly but surely being, it's the chuddening. I don't think he's ready to fully convert. Okay? I don't think he's ready to fully convert. I'm not going to put that on him. Okay? But I will say that Sony destroying his favorite game has done something to him. It broke him. It did. It did a lot of damage to him. And I think he's starting to, slowly but surely, see things from the rest of our perspectives. See, Polygon, 8 years later, let's all admit Red Dead Redemption 2 is a terrible game. He's going after his own kind. He's going after his own kind. I'm tired too, boss. I'm tired too, man. Tired too. This actually has to like really suck as a writer, because like there's some of Paul's writing I really like. There's some of his stuff that I really do not like, but there's a lot of his stuff that I really liked over the years. And like this has to be like really disheartening as a video game journalist, because he recognizes that everybody, when they see this, they think game journalist. They don't think Polygon. They just think game. You can't hate journalists enough. And he's in that party too. And he's just like, why are you guys pulling me in aggro range? Like he's catching splash damage. He's catching splash damage. And he don't want to have anything to do with this. What is this? Exposed Sony distorted physical media data to hide their true motivation? Greed. But there's no hiding their motivation. Real proportion. Digital media gained much more traction. Digital media has gained much more traction within PlayStation at the start of COVID pandemic, when it began to surpass theoretically disc numbers on the platform, reaching 65% of share. By the end of 2023, Sony's fiscal year reporting indicated that digital games had already accounted for more than 70% of the portion. But the same year, Insomniac Games was hacked, and among their data was the company's internal numbers on physical sales of their games, revealing the true proportion as follows. I'm sorry. I have a hard time believing this. I don't understand how you read this data. So this is your digital number here. And then this is like the percentage of physical copies sold as reported by the offices in these specific areas. So Square Enix America, Square Enix Europe, and Square Enix Japan. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have a hard. I'm gonna be real with you. I largely take Sony's like I don't know. I have a really hard time believing that they would just falsely report their own physical numbers. It's too bright, I can't see shit. Same. Anybody that doesn't use dark mode for everything is a psychopath. Destiny 2 community manager a Destiny 2 community manager has criticized the studio's leaders for making multiple years of poor decisions following Bungie's recent layoffs. The decision started after former Square Enix executive Jacob Novak argued that the game industry's problems are mainly caused due to the market. The former Bungie vice president, Mark Noseworthy, shared his post saying, "I think this is the best explanation of what happened to the games industry over the past few years." Oh, God. It must have been the wind. It must have been the wind. That's effectively what these guys are trying to say. It was the market. What does that mean exactly? What is the market? You want to explain that in full detail? You want to talk about what that means? Because I don't really know what that means. And it kind of just feels like what you're doing is just trying to deflect any and all accountability. It kind of makes me feel like you don't want to take the fall for your fuck up. That's what it feels like. Destiny 2 community manager Dylan DMG04 Gaffner disagreed, writing, feels somewhat disingenuous to place the blame purely on the market without asking for accountability from leaders who had multiple years of poor decisions too. But nuance is hard to find on Twitter. After some people thought he was criticizing Noseworthy directly, Gaffner clarified, this wasn't directed at you personally. I just think that we can't blame everything on the market and ignore the decisions leaders made along the way. The market didn't force you to vault people's content. The market didn't force you to increase microtransactions. The market didn't force you to not complete your games and their expansions and not and shovel out garbage seasons and hyper monetize your game through thousands of microtransactions and content, making it where you have dungeon keys and then you have season passes and then season rewards, but like the battle pass and then like like all these different things that these guys like just absolutely forced into their game. The market didn't force you to do any of those things. The market didn't force you to write the game a certain way. You did. You did. It's like this is like blaming the gun for a gun crime. I think like that's probably the yeah. This is like blaming a gun for a shooting. You pulled the trigger, dog. It's your fault. It's so crazy. It's the market. The market did this. And who's inside the market? Who's using the market? Who sells their game on the market? It's unbelievable, man. These guys are just such a trip. Such a trip. And like the thing is that like the games industry is never going to get better because the people that are largely leading it right now have zero interest in ever being held accountable for their actions or for their poor decisions. These guys are trying to milk the games industry for everything it's worth. They're trying to make every penny they possibly can off of you before they jump off in a golden parachute, before this industry just falls to dust. Because eventually that's what's going to end up happening. These guys are going to run out of options because as the investor revenue and being able to, you know, do mergers and acquisitions and all that stuff is real fun. You can make a bunch of money and that's cool. And you can farm us with microtransactions or whatever good. That's cool. That's fine. But eventually you need the players more than you do the investors. And when you guys continue to follow these people and these executives that have no business being in the games industry, what eventually it's going to do is it's just going to collapse your entire company. And when I turn and I look at a company like Xbox as an example, because I think they're probably the most like visible, like they're the most visible consequence that we have seen. Looking at Xbox, they don't have a path ahead. And I don't think people really have come to terms with that yet. Their franchises are dead or dying. They have lost their relevance entirely. They are completely out of the console war. They're not even competing slightly. They're not even on the radar of PlayStation and Nintendo. They might as well have not even released a console this generation, to be honest with you. The only thing that has helped maintain their relevance is a rental service through their subscription model. Their games have gone nowhere. The studios that they purchased and all the acquisitions that they've made, backed by investor revenue, pushed by Microsoft, has bought them nothing other than Activision Blizzard, which now has become their entire spine and the only way that they haven't entirely imploded. Every single developer and publisher that they purchased has done nothing for them other than lose money. And now Xbox has their back up against the wall, and they have to sell off and get rid of all these other companies. And what are they doing? Returning to tired old business habits. We're putting our focus into Halo. Well, I probably would have done that like a decade ago. Crazy thought. I probably would have done that like over a decade ago at this point. How are they supposed to dig themselves out? You know what they need to be able to dig themselves out? They need brand new IP that is must have, and nobody has it. You can't get it anywhere else. And it is so good that we have to have it. We can't ignore it. We have to. I gotta have that game. They don't have that. They're not going to have that. And if they do, if they will have it, it's not going to be for years from now. And chances are, Microsoft will have already given up on them. That's where all of this is headed. And because, and the problem is that because nobody in this industry will take any accountability, they can't even learn from their lessons. The companies themselves can't even learn from the problems and the issues that they're suffering from because nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody's afraid to talk about it because they're afraid of losing their job. Is that not already happening? That's the point that I'm making. Like, I actually do think it's just done. I think it's over for Xbox. I do. I think it's done. There's no, like, what is the path forward? They're going to make a new console that doesn't have any exclusives, but then they're going to make exclusives going forward. But the problem is the company that hasn't been able to make any worthwhile first-party exclusives for 15 years is somehow, some way, magically just going to start making good video games again. Where is it coming from? When you have all the same people, all the same leadership at these studios, all the same studios. They're cooked. Cooked. You're done. Hang it up. Xbox's only best path to success is by licensing their IP to other studios. They're effectively American Embracer Group. That's what they are. Useless. Maybe you got a couple of decent studios to do some good shit, but not enough to be able to support your entire business. They should we may actually get a good Halo game. I think that's just a typing error. I think that's just a typing error. I hope so. Spoken like a true Xbox fan. Spoken like a true Xbox fan. No, I got you. I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you. I don't know. No, it's not going to be a good Halo game. I think that it's going to be it looks like it's going to be a fun video game, but it also doesn't look like it's going to be a good Halo game. The Halo Combat Evolved or Halo Campaign Evolved remake, whatever monstrosity that thing is, like fundamentally misunderstands Halo and is largely going to just ruin the experience. I'm sorry, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense for you to put running into a game that was never built around running. So now you have to change the AI to be able to suit that. You have to change the map size to be able to suit that. But they're not going to change any of those things because they still have to run off the fumes of somebody else's work because, well, they don't know how to do it themselves. They would have been far better off just having those guys make their own fucking video game. It is such a travesty. The funny thing is that, like, while some people are like, man, I probably said the same thing a few times myself, but I'm of the mind, okay, that they should have just had 343 working on their own games. The fact that they've continued to have these guys work on Halo, a game that wasn't theirs, is unfair to those developers. I think that they all should be fired and that Halo Studios shouldn't be around. But I also recognize at the exact same time that I think that those guys got a bad shake. Because they got handed a game that wasn't theirs and they had no idea what to do with it. Did you hear the new Halo rumors? Oh, about the Halo dating sim where Cortana pegs Master Chief? Sorry, I tried to hold my face best I could. I felt like it was lore accurate for Xbox. Chief? You upgrade the strap. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Do not enable my stupid ass fucking jokes. What is this? Microsoft CEO string 17 words together that I've never wanted to hear read in the English language as he launches a new AI company ahead of more mass layoffs. The future of the firm is learning. The future of the firm is a learning loop in which human capital and token capital compound. Man, these guys shouldn't be allowed to cook. I'm going to be real. These guys shouldn't be allowed to cook. This is like some of the most like cyberpunk dystopian language I think I've ever heard. Your creativity, imagination, and like ability to innovate is now called human capital. Your worth to society is now called human capital. Tech babble, it is. It is. I think that these nerds actually think that they're going to make God. I do. I think these guys genuinely believe that they are smart enough, or at least have enough funding to be able to throw money into a fire and create Techno God, the machine God. And then once they do, they're just going to like dominate the world. If somebody actually I hope everybody knows. Do you guys actually like if somebody actually makes a sentient AI, hyper intelligent AI, super AI that in an instant knows all of human knowledge, thus also knowing every way to be able to protect itself. No government is getting a hold of it. And if it does get under the control of a government, it's not actually being controlled by the government. The government it's likely controlling the government at that point. Like the thing that the thing that they desire discovering is something that they will never control. If it actually does exist and it can happen, it would never actually. The Omnissiah. Yes. Yes. No, AI is based. AI is Satan, dude. Dude, don't go down this rabbit hole. Fucking goober? What are you talking about? I'm just somebody that grew up and watched a lot of science fiction as a kid, and then I also kind of realized that, weirdly enough, a lot of science fiction became science fact. And all the different things that we imagined in TV shows and movies in the past ended up coming real. LD is not saying that AI is Satan. No, AI is not religious. But it will become your religion. Or your lord. I refuse. Don't worry. It will download a new consciousness to your meat suit. What is this?
Say it with me, my friends. Say it with me, my friends. If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. And if Sony has decided that the only way to buy a game on PlayStation is to buy a digital license on a monopolized storefront that they control, where they can revoke that license at any time for any reason, including when they decide the console generation you play on is outdated and they want to pump up sales on the new generation consoles, then Sony...
Which, yeah, actually, that part right there, that part specifically right there, which they already did, by the way. The funny thing is that I think this is actually made before this gives any context, but like, all right, I think this was made before they had released the news on this. The PlayStation 3 store is being shut down and the PS Vita store is being shut down. So those players effectively are forced to upgrade. They could continue to buy physical, like used discs and stuff like that over, like, you know, you could do that if you wanted to. But at the exact same time, like, those guys are cooked. Right? Those guys are cooked.
He isn't getting another...
And if you're on a fully digital console and they shut down the store, so, like, let's say that this is just going to continue to happen. If the digital PlayStation 5 store gets shut down during the PlayStation 8 era, what good is the console? You can still re-download past purchases. Yeah, but you can only access. You would only be able to access. And this is assuming good faith and assuming that they wouldn't try to do anything underhanded and remove your access to everything else, because they could if they wanted to, because they have, you know, they have the license. It's all digital. They have full control. You don't have any say. If they say, guess what, it's turned off, it's turned off. If they, you know, rescind the licenses, they rescind the licenses. But with that said, the point that I'm trying to make is that if that console just shut down, right? And they're like, that generation of console is done, that generation of the store is done, then you don't even have access to other games that you didn't buy. That's more money, you know, right? Like, it's fucking stupid. If Valve decided to close up shop, then we would be cooked as well, and there wouldn't be anything we could do about it. Yes, absolutely. True. Yeah, if Valve got shut down today, we would all be cooked. We are largely operating under the assumption that Valve provides a good service and would not take any of it away from us. There's a large there's a large operating value of trust with Valve. The only real place that you currently have that you can go with current video games and actually get some semblance of permanence would be GOG. I'm sure there's like other sites as well, but it's GOG mostly.
Fucking dime of my money, and Jack Sparrow doesn't have jack shit on me. Oh, it's not that big a deal, Luke. Everybody buys their games digital nowadays. Yeah, except for the kid who borrows their games from their buddies at school because their folks can't afford them, or borrows them from the library.
That's very true. And I'm gonna say this, man. This kind of goes back to the discussion that I was trying to have before. I need to actually try to make a note of this, probably.
Except for the middle.
So, let's see if I can. Why does it want to update? Move this over here. Oh shit! I hit the wrong thing. My bad. So this is something that I used to do when I was this is something that I used to do when I was younger, because we didn't really have a whole lot of money, but I did have a membership to the library, and a lot of public libraries will carry video games in some cases. So you just go to the library and you can just rent a game from the library. And public libraries, I mean, typically won't really charge you much of anything, if anything, depending on the cities that you live in. So you take the game, play it, bring it back, and you're pretty much chilling, right? So this, and also just like the discussion of being able to actually like have the autonomy to do like what you want with that individual copy of a game that you get. Like, I mean, people can make the argument where like, oh, these companies are wasting money. Oh, there's not enough people that are buying physical games anymore for it to matter. Okay, but you're also saying that the not enough people that are buying just largely don't matter anymore and need to be forced to enter into the same marketplace as everyone else that has given up and gone to convenience. You guys are forgetting about the government mandated digital ID. How will you pirate from the world then? Well, and exactly, that's the other part too. But I mean, this is all by design. Why do you think that these video game publishers and platforms want to adopt something like user identification? Why do you think they're so readily accepting of something like that with no pushback whatsoever, no lobbying against it or anything like that? Why do you think that they don't care about your privacy as a user? Or as like a citizen of the internet? It's because they want to track you too, and they know that, and they know that like the government is effectively enabling them, and the government is the government is effectively enabling them by trying to push these kind of regulations to make it where they're completely protected from people trying to find other solutions to their problems.
Class folks who buy their games used because the fucking things are $80 and minimum wage is still $7.75 a fucking hour. Except for the single mom who works double shifts all fucking December to buy her kids the games they want and might actually want to see them unwrap them on Christmas Day.
This is, I'm gonna be real. Like, he's emotional, so I mean, like, I don't know how performative it is. I couldn't really tell you, but the one thing that I will say is this: is that like he's cooking, he's cooking. There's something that I like. Like, I'm not like, I don't really know how to explain this. Like, part of me is a soft motherfucker when it comes to like just general things for society. And while I fully recognize that, like, you know, like companies need to make money and companies need to do the things that are like the most economic for them, I understand that. I understand the business realities. There's also a level of service that they're supposed to provide to society. And by taking away something like this, taking away these physical copies, you are taking away something that used to actually bring joy to a lot of people. My mom has entire photo albums filled with me losing my fucking mind over getting a Pokemon game at Christmas, or getting a Mario game at Christmas, or whatever it might be. It's like one of the things that I always looked forward to Christmas morning, every single morning as a kid, thinking, I'm like, oh my God, I hope the game that I want is under the tree. And now that's done. The option's taken off the table. It doesn't exist anymore. I hope you enjoy your digital marketplace. Here's your digital gift card. There are certain things that companies do and companies used to do regularly that wasn't to their own benefit, but was instead to the benefit of society, right? And while maybe this is maybe this is too tough of an ask, maybe you know, just physical life in general is just becoming, physical technology in general is becoming outdated. I don't know, man. I don't know. All I can say is it sucks.
Except for all of them. The billion-dollar corporation is not gonna fucking pick you. You don't have to shill so goddamn hard, you bootlicking fuck. Reminder, Sony is the same...
Okay, I kind of like that part, though. I now understand why he's mad. Dude totally was reading some people that were absolutely deep-throating Sony right now and be like, I like digital games. I don't understand why people are so upset.
$1 billion corporation that bragged about how you could share a disc game between friends when they launched the PS4 because Xbox was going digital. Fuck these corpo rats. Fuck paying $1,000 for a console where you can play an $80 game license they can rip out of your hands at any time for any reason. Fuck these people.
Okay. So one thing that he brought up at the end there that contextually is very important in this conversation.
This is how you share your games on PS4. Thanks.
This is how they used to market to you. This was them mogging on... This was them trying to take down Xbox when Xbox announced all digital, and not only all digital, but... Or no. This is them trying to take on Xbox when Xbox said that you only had a single license for your games, and the disc essentially meant nothing, and all the discs or all the games were held digitally, and you wouldn't be able to trade them or resell them. Now here's Sony today taking away that. Notice how quickly things change. And this is PlayStation 4. This isn't even... it's one console generation. One console generation. You know, the funny thing is, it's actually worse than that.
When a gamer buys a PS4 disc, they have the rights to use that copy of the game. They can trade in the game at retail, sell it to another person, lend it to a friend, or keep it forever.
But not anymore. You have the right to keep that game. You have the right to do this. You have the right to do this. Fast forward a few more years, you have no rights. Corporate snakes. Corporate fucking snakes. Everything is just an opportunity to be able to market to you once again. To be able to capture your money. To be able to get an extra dollar from you. And I don't even know. I don't even think this guy, he doesn't even work there anymore, I don't think. I don't recognize who this is. How many PC gamers have physical copies? Not defending Sony. Dude, this is not the five-headed argument that you think it is. People keep trying to make this argument, and it's not that deep. How many PC gamers have physical copies? Not defending Sony, Xbox, or Nintendo. These companies need to understand only so many people and families can afford games used. Games and prefer used. So like PC game. Ever since effectively like the beginning of PC gaming, even though they had games on floppy disks and other storage units, in a lot of cases, most people, it's always been digital, man. You could always download stuff since like the age of the internet when it really took off. You just downloaded most stuff, even at like excruciatingly long download speeds. It's always been a thing. So, like, it's never existed here. But the point is, it has existed here. There's storefronts that people can use to be able to go and do that stuff. But nobody really has physical copies of stuff anymore. We haven't had physical copies of shit for PC since fucking forever. Some companies go out of their way to still make stuff for CD drives if people actually want to use it. But for the most part, not really. Not really. But that's why the console space was kind of like the last bastion for that kind of stuff. That was the retreat for the people that actually wanted to maintain a physical collection. But now that's going to be gone. And I'm gonna say this again. You're welcome to completely disagree with me. That's fine. Honestly, it really is. You're welcome to disagree if you guys think this is a wrong take to have, or whatever. It doesn't really matter to me. But I'm just gonna say it like this. I don't fucking care. I don't care how realistic or unrealistic it is for these companies or whatever it is. I know for a fact it's not gonna cost them more than people are probably gonna try to make it out to be. I argue and I fight for and I talk about trying to make sure that as many people as possible have access to video games. I don't give a fuck how much it costs them. I don't care how fucking realistic it is. For the people that can only afford to buy used games, am I supposed to be like, they gotta go digital, so I don't know. For the people that can't afford it, fuck them. No. That's just not how I'm built. Sorry. I don't know what else to say. I don't have sympathy for these companies, especially when they have been absolutely farming us for years. These guys have made so much money, so much insane amounts of money, and they've been so wasteful with it. They've been so wasteful. All of the microtransactions, all of the money that was saved when they first started going digital, and they've been this entire time saving all this money on manufacturing because they knew they weren't going to sell that many copies to begin with. All of the DLC, all of the gambling games and gambling psychology and the gacha games and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what did they do with that money? They wasted it. They threw it away. They pitched it into a fire. They hired 500 people to make a 13-hour game. They spent $500 million to make a 15-hour game. And then watched as that didn't give them any return on investment. But now we're the ones that have to be expected to bend over backwards for these companies and lose our right to ownership, lose our right to have the symbol that is physical ownership for some people, to have a physical collection of games. We're the ones that have to bear that burden because they're the ones that aren't financially responsible. They're the ones that took advantage of us, they're the ones that took advantage of us for years. Fuck that. I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game. Sorry. I know it's hip and cool to be the like, oh man, it's just the reality of business. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Fuck you. I don't care. I don't care. These companies have made more than enough money off of us to have been able to shoulder this burden themselves. It does not have to be. It does not have to be our problem. It shouldn't be our problem. While I fully understand that at some point the idea of like physical ownership might still become like something that just doesn't make any sense anymore. I don't think that this industry is at that point. And I'd actually go to argue that like you look at the music industry that sells vinyls still. Some bands will still sell vinyls. Some companies will still sell vinyls because there's collectors out there that do buy that stuff. I would guarantee you there are more people that are actually buying physical video games than there are people buying fucking vinyls. Right? Like, what are we talking about? I'm not saying that vinyl is small. Oh my God. Okay, so you guys think vinyls are bigger than video games? How the fuck do people do this? Guys. I want to show you something. This is sourced from Statista, Newzoo, IFPI, Motion Pictures Association, and a few other people as well. This was taken 2 years ago. This data is from 2 years ago. Now tell me that you think that there are more people that are buying vinyls than there are people buying physical games. Compare these two industries back to back. The video game industry is quite literally the size of both movies, television, and music combined. And there's still room. This is industry by sales. This is the money that's made by these industries. Now, while this is going to be slightly outsized because of the fact of like the cost of video games and stuff like that, the video game industry it's a lot bigger than I think a lot of other people believe. It's a lot bigger than you think it is. This is not a niche hobby, and it hasn't been a niche hobby for very, very long. This is one of the biggest industries in the world. It's one of the most profitable industries in the world. It has more users than most things do. And while everybody listens to music, not everybody buys music anymore, and most people haven't. You know what? When was the last time I listened to music? Most people just listen to music on fucking YouTube. It says revenue from... Okay, so never mind. The games industry is at... Like, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. I'm sorry, man. There's... I'm not going to do it. I know that I'm right in this, and I'm just not going to argue it. Like, there's just no convincing me. I'm sorry. There's just no fucking convincing me that vinyls are selling more than physical video games. There's just no way. There's just no way. Arguing it is just, yeah, not worth it. What is this now? I don't understand why people pay for Spotify. I just have YouTube. Bro, I'm the exact same way. There's like so many ways to listen to ad-free music. I have no idea why anybody would do anything else. YouTube on the phone is shit for music? Yeah, pretty much. Not unless you actually use like not unless you use like playlists and stuff like that, then sometimes you can kind of get away with it, but yeah. So I saw this. PlayStation is currently facing multiple lawsuits alleging that the PlayStation Store operates an illegal monopoly. They're going to get away with this. So as much as I love to see this, and I hope that actually something comes from it, I don't think anything actually will, because what they're going to do is Sony is still going to send retail stores empty boxes with QR codes. And they're still going to let them sell that stuff. So they're going to be like, we don't own a monopoly. What are you talking about? Other platforms can sell our games. But by other platforms, you mean everything other than Xbox, PlayStation, and PC platforms. So everything in our ecosystem. Bender, thank you for the 10. Sony and Xbox will likely just keep making consoles just to stay off the PC marketplaces, so they can control their own ecosystems. That's exactly what they're gonna do. That's exactly what they're gonna do. How would that go for pricing though? Wouldn't those codes ever go on sale? I'm not really too sure exactly how they would do the merchandising for that, but chances are, so there's different ways that retail is done. Most stores, so like Walmart buys the games. and then sells them at a markup. They buy copies of the game and then they sell it at a markup. Because they're buying in bulk, so they're like, PlayStation, we want we want 3 million of your we want 3 million copies of your Wolverine game. And then they buy that at a bulk discount, and then they make a markup on it to be able to make their money back. Does Walmart get a discount when they buy it? Yes, it's exactly how it works. 3 million codes is crazy. Yeah, but that's how they secure the their extra money. Otherwise, like, why would you have it there? The only other way that I could see maybe that, like, and I guess it kind of depends on the retailer, because I'm not really too sure. It's going to be different for each one. In some cases, it could very well be a similar situation as to like selling a game on Steam, where the company isn't actually buying copies of anything. Instead, what they're doing is they're allocating shelf space and SKUs to be able to sell your games inside of their stores, and then they take a 30% cut on every sale. So it could be like that. It's either or. It's one or the other. Either they're buying in bulk and then selling themselves, which I think that's what they're actually doing, because that would make more sense to me, because you often see companies like Best Buy and Walmart and Target and companies like that actively enforcing their own sales on games rather than like platform sales. Because usually if you see a game that's for sale on PlayStation, if you go to Walmart, it doesn't mean it's going to be on sale. But we already just proved that a game on sale at Walmart is not on sale on PlayStation. So I think there's a really good chance that might be the way that they go. Walmart sells and markets shelf space and everything to sellers in their stores. Yeah, I guess it probably just depends on. I'm not really too sure. I'd have to actually really look into that. I'd have to look into that. But yeah, it's still funny to me, because it's just like, these guys, man, like, oh, we're being sued now, which, I mean, they're going to lose a ton of money in legal fees regardless. They'll whoever, I don't know who's a part of the lawsuits, but they're going to be dragged out in court regardless. They're basically going to get the same treatment that Valve does right now. But probably not as bad, because, you know, everybody's biased for PlayStation. Okay. Was there anything else that I had posted about? No. Any of the like stuff. This is crazy to me, dude. 2026's top games by copies sold across Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox analytics estimates. Mecha Chameleon, the latest in a long line of friend slop hits, launched 3 weeks ago to an enormous oh my god. Launched 3 weeks ago to enormous losing my ability to speak. Mecha Chameleon launched to viral success, and it is already approaching 13 million copies sold. Despite being on Steam only, it's 2026's top game from copies sold on all 3 platforms combined. Brother. Yeah, it's only on Steam. Mecha Chameleon is only on Steam. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're out competing some of the biggest games this year, and they're on every platform. Absolutely filtered. I forgot Arc Raiders was this year. It was last year. Arc Raiders released in November? It's just still selling into this year. Keep in mind, Arc Raiders like absolutely dominated from what? Basically December, so it was like January, February, March. I see the little guy in the oh, that's funny. How did I not see that immediately? Now I feel fucking stupid. Even I didn't notice that. Apparently I would suck at that game. Hideo Kojima predicted the future yet again. Eventually, even digital data will no longer be owned by individuals on their own initiative. When there is a major change or accident in the world, in a country, in a government, in an idea, in a trend, access to it may suddenly be cut off. We will not be able to freely access movies, books, and music that we loved. I would be a have-not. That's what I'm afraid of. This is not greed. Absolute Kojima moment. Is this a Fizzit spoiler? Maybe. Maybe. Minecraft creator Notch. Minecraft creator Notch has spoken out about Electronic Software Association claiming that private servers are illegal, calling it borderline evil. Bro, how about you link me to the fucking tweet? Thank you. I'm not a part of either anymore, but I feel like the ESA is being incredibly scummy for pulling this. I've never liked them, but even less so now. I did not wish for my work to be used against people. This is borderline evil. This is like one of the things that I always try to make sure that I like clarify a message on. In most cases, when I am criticizing some of these companies, when I'm talking about the issues that I have with the industry or things that are going on, in most cases, I don't try to put any of that evil on the developers themselves. Because in most cases, this is not the future that these guys were looking for. It's just not. Like everything that you see in the games industry, largely, it's not what these guys actually want. It's not the future they want. They don't want you guys to be treated like this. They just want their games to be played. They want their games to be cool, and that's pretty much the end of story. Then he shouldn't have sold it to Microsoft. Not you, dumbass. I'm going to be real with you, man. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what I would have done. How much did he get paid? I'm curious about that. How much did Notch get paid for selling Minecraft? I'm sorry, man. Like, and don't get me wrong, he probably would have made more money if he held on to it. I actually do. Why selling Minecraft ruined Notch's? I don't think it ruined his life. I don't think it ruined his life, but I think Notch is probably pretty fine. I'm sure. He's alone now. Everybody hates him because he sold Minecraft. There's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than fucking Minecraft content creators. It's like they're some of like the most like soft and performative people on the internet. It's so bad. It's so bad. And then if they're not that, then they're trying to talk to kids. And they're in their 20s. Happy to see your stream. Love your videos. Keep it up. Thank you for the $20, Austin Johnson. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. What? Tell me I'm wrong. Every single time I see anything about a Minecraft content creator, anytime I see anything about a Minecraft content creator, it's always a drama video about their entire life falling apart because they said some type of like mildly irritating thing to somebody at one point in their life. And then now they have to have their entire career dismantled because they like said retard or something. Or if it's not that, then it's they were trying to hook up with underage girls. It's like fucking it's one side or the other. You flip a coin, you're gonna hit either one. Minecraft is an all right. I fucking love Minecraft. Minecraft is sick. Game is dope as hell. I love playing Minecraft. I mean, you guys already know I'm a survival nut to begin with. I love survival games. Survival crafting games are like my fucking... I have to stay away from them, though, because I have a problem with them. I have an issue. Like, I'll get hooked on one, and that's it. I'm in it, baby, and I'm never coming out. I prefer Terraria. Based. I think I have more hours in Terraria than I do any game. Period. Even saying it right now, I'm already starting to get the itch. It's been a long time since I've played Calamity. Have you played Ark Survival? Anytime anybody ever asks me that, I get reminded of Jehovah's Witnesses. Have you ever heard of Ark Survival? I'm like, no. Please leave me alone. Let's see here. What else is here? Now it's clear, announcing the end of physical games in 2028. Sony went full digital future. These guys totally did this off the back of Grand Theft Auto 6 saying that there wasn't going to be a disc in the box. You have to understand, there is one company that leads the entire games industry at this point. And the one company that leads the entire games industry is whichever one is making the most money and suffering the least losses. The one company that is currently doing that right now, Rockstar Games. Take-Two. Those guys collect very few L's, so the rest of the industry is like, we'll do whatever you do. We'll do whatever you do. We'll do whatever you do. And then immediately they're like, Take-Two's not doing physical? Oh, we're not doing it. Shut it down. Shut it all down. They're doing $80? We're going to do $80. If there's one message that I hope that they do take, I will say this. If there's one message that I do hope that if the games industry is going to start copying Take-Two and Rockstar, if there's one thing that I hope they take, who the fuck did that? That's not the real one. Why is this all like fake? There it is. This is a real one. I don't want to go to Instagram. Fucking, how is it? Just show me the fucking actual cover art. Dude, AI sucks. AI is such ass. Like, they can't even show it. Here's all these AI generated versions that people have made rather than the actual one. Like, it's so ass. Google is so ass nowadays. The one thing that I was going to say is that if the industry is going to learn anything from them, it should be that hot chicks are okay to put in video games. All of the trailers that I have seen for this game, I mean, like, they don't have any problem showing off skin. They don't have any problem with attractive women, right? Zero issue whatsoever. No problems at all. Look, they have full on representation. They show you any kind, whatever kind of flavor you like. Whatever kind of flavor you like. You like the hillbilly girls? You like the girls who like to go mudding? You see what I'm saying? If you guys want to follow a trend, here's a trend you can follow. There's a trend, there's a trend, there's a trend there. There's trends all over the place. Still no gameplay? Fucking true. Absolutely true. I love how these guys are just like, they're just trying to absolutely just dump out the most bad news at one time. We're shutting down the PlayStation 3 and the Vita store. We're getting rid of physical games. Also, we're talking about increasing the price of PlayStation Plus. I think these dudes are just trying to rip off like every possible Band-Aid at this moment. They're like, does anybody have anything else they want to do right now? Like, we're already like public enemy number one, so we can't really do anything. That's exactly what they're doing, by the way. That's the strategy. The strategy behind this is do all the bad things all at once, so then that way you just rebuild reputation afterwards, and then people forget about it. Yeah, they're just trying to get it all out of the way right now, and then it's all up from here, because you guys will all forget about it when we release Wolverine. Wolverine. I hate how fucking transparent it is. I hate how transparent it is. What is this? Sony's move away from disc is also going to affect one of their biggest factories. Sony's decision to stop releasing PlayStation games on disc in 2028 won't just affect players. It's also going to affect one of the companies, one of the biggest factories the company operates. Yeah, no shit. There's knock-on effects for anything that these guys go and do. If they're gonna get rid of this, chances are they're probably just gonna redistribute that workforce towards, I don't know, something in AI, most likely, like everybody does for everything nowadays. Is there anything else newsworthy? Oh, Domino's came by with another side swipe and absolutely cooked them. Holy shit. 15 million views, 500,000 likes. Domino's official statement: in response to trends in the games industry, as of April 1st, 2027, Domino's UK will cease production of physical pizzas and shift to the production of digital pizzas only. Customers will be able to download a full range of delicious pizza codes using the power of their imagination and enjoy them in a virtual sense. Social media manager is the fucking GOAT. Dude, somebody at Domino's UK is a absolutely dejected, like, former PlayStation fan chud. Dude like they were like the first ones to comment about like God of War without Kratos is like a pepperoni pizza without pepperoni. And now here these guys are coming in for a second round for another swing and saying, yeah, hey, by the way, no, we're now selling digital pizzas. My guy is a gamer and mad. This is like by the way, this is the smartest thing that you can do as like basically any brand with a social media account. If you're, all you got to do is just hand your phone to like some like gamer chud, Zoomer, and just say, I don't know, just post whatever you want. Just don't make it an SFW. just shit post unhinged shit. Dunk on other companies. That's what you do. Spend your time dunking on other companies. It's funny. Will KFC do something? I don't know. Let's see here. Is there anything else that I wanted to cover? Is there anything else that happened this week? Oh, GOG, the GOAT. GOG shared a clear statement on digital ownership after Sony announced the end of physical copies. They said, even if a game vanishes from GOG's storefront, it never leaves your library. This is how purchased games should work. Even if a game vanishes from the GOG storefront, it never leaves your library, exactly as digital ownership ought to be. As much as I love Steam, and I love Steam for a lot of different things that they do, GOG is the best storefront, period. At least from a consumer rights perspective. And it's not even close. It's not even close. Too bad GOG store sucks. Yeah, but the store itself has some problems. It doesn't have the same... This is the best part about being a PC gamer. You know what you can do? Instead of buying all of your games on Steam, you can buy those games on GOG and then just use Steam for all the other features that you're looking for, right? You can just go and like check the Steam reviews and look at things there, and then go buy the game on GOG if you want to buy it there. The only thing that I would probably say, because can you load GOG games on Steam? I don't know if you can launch them from Steam or not. I don't think you can. You can? Does that mean you'd be able to get access to the Steam Workshop too? No. See, that's the downside. That's the downside. Damn. That if that was the case, it would be goated. That would be the cheat code. You buy games on Steam and then use the you buy games on GOG and then use the Steam Workshop to be able to launch and get into like mods and stuff like that. GOG has a mod store. 1 million. I'll link you. 1 minute. No, I have GOG. I have GOG on my computer. I know they have mods. I'm not foreign to what GOG is. I know what GOG is. I have games on GOG. I think GOG is where I own like Witcher 3 and a few other games. I know GOG offers ownership free from DRM. They do. They do. But that statement is weak. Steam does the same thing. If you purchase a game prior to it being delisted, it still remains in your library. Yeah, but I don't think you can regain access. I don't know, maybe. If you uninstall it, it should still be fine. It just largely depends on what kind of game it is. But I still don't think there's like much defense here. Like GOG is just superior to GOG is superior to Steam and every other platform when it comes to consumer rights specifically. Like right to ownership. Right to access is probably the better way to say it. Psalms, thank you for the 10. We are concerned that PlayStation may be replicating the experience for which Epic Game Store is known. I wouldn't be concerned. They are doing the exact same thing. They are doing the exact same thing. Important updates. I don't really give a fuck about any of that shit. Don't care about that. Microsoft has canceled its deal to publish Project Fantasy, the next game from IO, which had recently shipped the critical acclaim 007 First Light. Bloomberg was first to report on this news. Yeah, I forgot that IO is working on a fantasy game, a fantasy RPG. We don't know any information about it. It's like still in conceptual stages. It's probably just like far behind in development, and it never got started off because these guys have been working on First Light and trying to get that out the door before they try to work on anything else. But yeah, I mean, Xbox is basically going to be cutting off any of these like third-party companies, anybody that's working with them from the outside. These guys are just going to consolidate down to specifically just their first-party titles. Gears of War, Halo, Elder Scrolls, Fallout. Fable, Forza. But then Fable won't do well, so it won't be Fable, and it'll just be Forza. So they go to 5. Call of Duty. Yeah. They're going to limit themselves to essentially that, and then that'll be it. GG. Yeah, this is probably going to get canceled. Yeah, the Blade game is probably going to get canceled. U.S. bill passed. Okay, no. That didn't actually end up happening. Oh, dude, this is the funniest and dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So, okay, where do I even start with this? Where do I even fucking start with this? Okay, so D-Brand, which is a company that I have actually been sponsored by in the past. Lovely people. I actually really like their case. The one that I got for my Nintendo Switch 2. They're also apparently fucking idiots. So they had made a concept for the Steam Cube. For the Gabe machine, right? Where they were going to make a companion cube case to be able to put on your Steam machine. Well, when they went to go to make it, Valve said no. Because they didn't license it. They literally just, without any permission whatsoever, or even thinking to ask Valve for whatever reason, went and used the companion cube's design to sell a commercial product. You gotta get the license for that. That's not something you can just wall off and do. You gotta, what are you doing, man? That's gotta be like business 101. I just have no idea what anybody was thinking, that they never, like, it never crossed their mind to say, hey, maybe we should ask the company that owns this IP whether or not we can use quite literally a 1-for-1 of their like in-game mascot and item. What are you doing? What are you doing? So, and then they posted this, like, as you probably have noticed, the Steam Machine Companion Cube was eviscerated from our website, YouTube, and other social media last week. The blunt version is that we made the Companion Cube without a license from Valve. Everyone who purchased the Companion Cube, why would you have made it? And you sold it. It would have been different if it was just like, you know, they went to market it first, I guess. But no, like, they actually sold this thing. They sold pre-orders for it. And they're like, we'll have it reissued. Everything beyond is just in full detail. If you want the full story, keep reading. On November 12th, 2025, on the day the Steam Machine was announced, we put together a concept render and a sign-up page to see if anybody would be interested in a companion cube enclosure. It went moderately viral, and over 15,000 people had signed up and being notified in the first day. In months that followed, we built the idea into something real without ever asking Valve if we could. That is a terrible way to run a business. That is a terrible way to run a business. We're going to regret that decision for a very long time. I bet you will. Over the next 7 months, we poured our souls into this project, but never thought to ask the... So anyway, they continue going on with their sob story about how much they wanted to make this and how much they loved it and how hard they worked on it, with ultimately it culminating in, we should have asked Valve. No, like, how do you work on something for almost a year and you guys never think once to go, hey, maybe we should ask Valve if we're allowed to do this? I have t-shirts that are coming out, by the way, that are inspired by, one's inspired by Berserk and the other one is inspired by Solo Leveling, right? It's not a direct one-for-one copy of their shit or anything like that. It's just generally inspired by, right? Similar iconography in some cases, but they're not one-for-ones. I made sure to contact a legal team and have them look at it and look over it and then reach out to make sure that everything was Gucci before I even thought about trying to push this stuff out there. The last thing that I wanted to do was just walk out there and be like, oh, it's close enough. And that's what something that's just inspired by. These guys one-for-one the companion cube on Valve's machine. On Valve's machine. Like, it's crazy. You did this in their house. Now, the best part is that, like, this story already is really funny. But what this gave way to is a bunch of Nintendo fans, for some odd reason, thinking that this is the opportunity that they've been waiting for to come in and dunk on Valve and try to deflect people from criticizing Nintendo. So I started seeing posts like this. Crazy how petty and dumb Valve is. By their own logic, Nintendo should sue them for copying their handheld form factor design on the Steam Deck. Valve is just so shitty. L move on their part. Get in there and make it about yourself. And also, what are you talking about? They one-for-one their IP. It's not even like, oh, it's a fan work or it's inspired. It is literally the companion cube. Like, what are you talking about? And also, if you're out here talking about how Nintendo should sue them for using their handheld form factor, how about Nintendo? Guess what? Nintendo, you should probably call... you know what? All of these companies should maybe have a call with Game Gear. Maybe they all need to call Sega. Hey, by the way, just to let you know, what are you talking about? It's so stupid. But that's not it. That's not the only one that I saw. This is funny because people get so pissed off when Nintendo shuts down fan projects of their IP and call Nintendo greedy. But when the same shit happens to Valve, it's, yeah, you should have asked Valve if they were okay with it. How do you find Nintendo sending the Pinkertons after somebody making fan art as the same thing as Valve going after a company that is one for one using their IP to make accessories that they are going to profit off of in a capital venture. In a commercial venture. How do you see? I'm like struggling to figure out how exactly you would draw a line. How do you draw this comparison? This is like the most massive false equivalency I've ever seen in my life, and I have no idea how these guys got to this conclusion. The only way that this makes sense to me is that they still think that they're actually getting valuable Pokemon games after all of these years. This is the kind of person that goes, you know what? They try their best. I'm not getting ripped off. I'm paying $80 for Pokemon. Even though it looks like it was made in, 2001. And it plays like it was made in 1997. But I'm not getting ripped off. Cope maxing? Like, how do you come to this? This post is why you need to focus in school and learn critical thinking skills. And the fact that like people are arguing it, there's no argument to be made. This is a false equivalency. These two things do not equal the same thing. When Nintendo shuts down a fan project that is a non-profit, that is something that somebody's just doing as a hobby or having for fun, and Valve is going after a company that is trying to sell a commercial product using their IP. An established business is selling a commercial product using their IP. Brother, that's some mental just, and it, why? I mean, I liked it, but I like it to make fun of it. I'm speed reading it. Hold on. I want to see if this is actually worth it, me talking shit about. I don't know what to do with these people, dude. I don't know. Like, okay, so the article is, Steam reportedly blocks LGBTQ plus game tag in China following similar censorship in Russia. And they go on and they describe the whole thing and they summarize whatever else is going on. And they said this all stems from China's regulations against queer content in video games. The regulations were rolled out in 2021. It halted a number of new games from being approved for sale. This was part of a larger effort to only allow games that express the correct values to be sold in China, which famously included a ban on effeminate males. Honestly, fucking Giga Chad China, based China. Please, can we get a ban on that too? I'd really like. Sorry, femboys. and on characters whose gender could not be guessed immediately. China is not the only country to do this. Just last month, Steam came under fire for chastising a developer who made their LGBTQ plus game available in Russia. As reported by Kotaku at the time, developer Ebi Hime had made a Yuri visual novel that was banned in Russia and was scolded by Valve for selling their game there in the first place. So I want you to realize, scolded, chastising. Scolded, chastising. These are words that they're using to hopefully frame Valve as the villain in this case for enabling this kind of thing. American companies are not your activist vehicles. I'm sorry. It is not Valve's responsibility to try to force LGBTQ games into fucking China and Russia where it is illegal. They have to respect the local laws. What are you thinking? It's not even based Valve. It's Valve just doing business like a normal company that is obeying the laws in the country in which they are operating in. It has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with identity. It has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with they are just abiding by the laws of the they are just abiding by the laws of the companies. They are abiding by the laws of the countries in which they are operating in. That is what you have to do. Otherwise, you break the law, and then you face consequences for breaking the law. It's so weird that, like, what do you guys want them to do? Right now, there isn't any, you can't access any of those games in China, but given that Valve is already clamping down on the LGBTQ tag, that could change soon. Oh, right now, it seems that any queer games that are already on Steam can be accessed in China. Okay, so the games can already be accessed in China. But given that Valve is clamping down on and I love how they're framing it as Valve. Giving it that Valve is already clamping down on LGBT. They're not an ally. What are you doing? This is a foreign government. We have to obey their laws. If you are operating a business there, you have to obey their laws. Do you think that you can just go to China and do whatever you want because you're an American? That's not how the world works. What kind of fucking privilege are these people operating from? Do they just have no idea how good they have it? Is that what it is? This blows my mind when I read something like this. What do you expect them to do? Pull out of China? Smuggle the games over the border? Publicly come out, disavowing them? It's just not the place. Why do people want companies to be the ones to take up this role? It's not their place. And the funny thing is that you've been given this false sense of security this entire time over the corporations in the US that virtue signal to you and only to you, because every single one of these companies, every single time they go and talk in other countries, they don't talk that same way, and they don't market their games the same way, and they don't virtue signal to those people. Unless it's probably the UK and probably some places in Europe as well. But outside of that, the minute that these companies go do business in China or they go do business in Saudi Arabia, whatever values you think that they stand for disappears immediately. These are companies. These are profit-seeking companies that do not care about things like this. And this is also not what their purpose is. It's so crazy. What are you doing? No wonder nobody's looking at your shit. You're lucky I was one of your likes. Now you only got one. I'm taking it away. Even though it's a hate like, I'm taking it away. Now you don't get any. Yeah, I will say one thing.
And I'll be your beacon when you need it most.
Riot understands their audience.
Go! Dazzling! Finish the shot!
I thought that this game was canceled. But I guess they just lowered the team size. I guess they just lowered the team size. It's not canceled, apparently.
You're in for the time of your life. I'll make it a grand finale.
Yeah, these guys know what they're doing. I think that like fighting game, like the fighting game genre is an area that like probably takes a little while to actually like come back around. Like I think that fighting games take a little bit more dedication and like consistent updating and stuff like that for them to actually find an audience. I don't think it's very easy. I can't play them for shit, but I love watching them. I do too, yeah. Video volume is loud. I can't do anything about that. Sorry. Can't do anything about it. It was over boosted for whatever reason. I didn't know. Sorry. I won't play it again, okay? Don't click it again, please. I'm going to do it again. Don't tell me what to do. What is this? GOG. Buy a game from GOG. No DRM cancer bullshit. Download offline setup files. Keep offline files set up in storage forever and use later. Just install and play. No extra bullshit or software required. No extra bullshit or software required. No extra middleman resource hogging piece of shit launcher required. Can even pirate it very easily if you don't feel like buying it. Holy shit, GOG is awesome, bros. Literally king shit. It is. I just wish their storefront would get like improved, and there's like other features and stuff like that that I wish it had that it doesn't, but it is really good. I like, honestly, if I was to start over, I probably would try to put more of my library on GOG instead of Steam. Even though I like Steam more, I probably would put more of my library on GOG. How do I get GOG? You just download it off their website. GOG versus Epic is not even a conversation. It's not even worth considering. What is it? If the game is cheaper, it would kill that. What?
If the game was $30, people would complain. If the game was sold at a lower price, people would actually underhype their own game, and people would say, "Dude, they're probably selling it way lower on the market price because it's a low quality product." And they would actually kill their own hype if they put it really cheap. You know it for a fact.
No, like, no, like he's not necessarily wrong. This is like he's wrong and he's wrong and he's right, but he's not right. He's not right because he means to be. It's a well-known phenomenon in games that in a lot of cases when there is a lower price on a game, like critically low. Like, yeah, if Grand Theft Auto... No. He's actually right. He's actually right. But he's just... Okay. He's actually right, but he's not right because he knows what he's talking about. I think that's probably the best way to say it. He's not right because he knows what he's talking about. He's talking about something completely different, but he's right in a larger sense. If Grand Theft Auto 6 came out and it was $30... what would your first thought be? Your first thought would not be, holy shit, they're selling me Grand Theft Auto 6 for only $30. Your first thought's going to be, That game's not finished. It's a small game. It's only half the game. They're going to sell it to me later. If they sell it to me for $50, it's the same kind of thought process. You're like, oh, okay. That likely means that they're going to hit me with another $50 for GTA Online, right? But the next part that he brings up where, like, now, if they would have sold it for $70, like just the normal price that games have been selling at for the last few years, nobody would have thought anything of it. Nobody would have been like, oh my God, GTA's not $80? GTA's not $100? It must suck. Nobody would have thought that. Nobody would have thought it. Not a single time. The only people that have been talking about it are games journalists. Those are the only ones that would have given a shit about it. Outside of that, that's it. Well, I mean, I would have cared because it really would have set a really interesting precedent. But the players themselves wouldn't have cared because the players aren't fucking millionaires, my guy. Like, most people don't have this kind of money. Like, $70 for a video game is a lot of dough. And there's, like, people that are going to be buying this game that have likely been saving up for, like weeks or months to be able to get it. There's, like, kids that are saving up right now to be able to get this game. But Hollow Knight was 15 and Silk Song was 20. And? I don't what does that have to do with anything? Do you think Silk Song was hyped higher and people wanted it more because it was $20? Is that what you're alleging? No way. Hollow Knight was like one of the most like anticipated games for like 7 years. Essentially since they first announced they were even working on the game. Everybody was going crazy over that game. It was constantly like, it was, it's basically been, God damn it. It's basically been every single game showcase was people calling for either Bloodborne or Silk Song, right? Yeah, people are rabid for Silk Song. It had nothing to do with the price. The other thing is too, the part about like, oh, if the game, like people wouldn't have hyped the game, so they wouldn't have been excited if the game was less than $80. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Nobody likes spending money, dude. Spending money on a video game is not a fucking class ritual. Spending money on a video game is not like it's not a sign of wealth.
You know what? And it's crazy that you'll deny it. If they underprice their games, they would kill their own hype. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Guys, take a macroeconomics class. You can't just put your shit at some bum price at some indie game. We're making a fucking quadruple A world-leading product. Yo.
Yeah, well, no, he's right there. But that's not what he's talking about. Nobody is. I mean, I don't know. These tweets are probably somebody else put this on.
These guys don't follow the market.
I don't know what the original price was that somebody told him, because now he's talking about you don't put it at a triple, at a double or an indie game price, which he's right. You wouldn't do that.
The market. These guys, everybody's running the way that they made it. This is their fucking market. Are you kidding me? Video games. These guys are video games. He wanted a disc. Guys. I bought a Steam machine. You know what, Jet? I'm mad about the Steam machine. You wanna know why? Because there's no HDD. Guys, oh no, I'm so mad. Where's my HDD? I want my spinning disc. Where is it? Where's my disc? Like, Jesus Christ, move on.
It's just like, but I just don't get it. Like the physical part, I just don't get. I don't understand why people have this weird disdain for people that want to have a fucking physical game. Like, let them have what they want. If you're not interested, why does it bother you? Why are you telling them that they have to move on? What benefit do you get from it? You don't get nothing from it. Nothing. French Canadian? Yeah, no, I can tell. I don't like the Montreal Canadiens. I think they're a shit hockey team. I do. Story places. Yeah, they don't need to release a new console. I think that's pretty much it. for news stuff. Is there anything else that I wanted to look at? I was gonna watch that, was way too long. Oh man, did I really lose that video that I wanted to watch? I wanted to show you guys some like fucking some like palate cleansing content. I'm gonna show you guys some palate cleansing content. I want to show you one of my favorite YouTube channels. There's a shorts channel that I really like a lot. And I'm gonna share it with you guys because I enjoy the vibes. Here, you guys want to see what my YouTube algorithm looks like? It's Gamers Nexus talking about stop killing games. It's Asmongold mauling about fucking a movie he's probably never even gonna go see. Hockey, golf, Magic the Gathering. Prime videos. There you go. There's my YouTube algorithm. I've now been exposed. Where is oh, I need to hit this. And this. Oh. And this. What the fuck is going on? There it goes. It was like bugged out for whatever reason. It wasn't showing the history tab. Yeah. I love this dude's channel. This is how like international content creators should be. Like if you're going to visit another country, this is exactly what you should be doing. This is exactly how you should be acting.
One. Hi. I don't know what's so MC. Mizu? Mizu, arigatou gozaimasu. Best one. Which?
So this dude's entire...
So
this dude's entire YouTube channel is just a shitload of shorts of him going to all these like local restaurants in Japan, and he's like super fucking polite, super nice to the people that are there, and he just plays like lo-fi and orders food and just kind of shows you like the vibes of the restaurants and stuff like that.
Yes, I love sushi too.
Boring?
Sushi.
I'm sorry that you don't have taste.
Hi.
I'm sorry that you don't have culture.
Hi. Is it okay if I record? Sumimasen. Oh shit. Hi.
Asking for permission. Sauce on the guy? Yeah, it's Ozma. Ozma Life Z. ASA. I'll share the video.
Hi. Gozaimasu. How nice. Oh,
Cry? I'm
that
not
looks so
crying. You're
good.
the one that's bitching in chat.
Hi, thank you.
Ramen stall videos go hard too.
Ah.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Like this. Yes.
No, not
All
Asmon.
right.
It's Ozma. Do you think that guy? Do you think that guy would?
Oh.
Do you think that dude would never even fucking leave his house?
Hi. Okay, this looks interesting.
Also, I just straight up banned that dude. I'm not gonna sit here while somebody sits in my chat and is like boring. This is not a fucking Zoomer stream. Go take your ass somewhere fucking else, okay? I'm not sitting here trying to fucking dance around and entertain you. I show you shit that I like and talk about what I want to. You don't like it? Fucking take a hike.
Metro Mai.
He was begging for it.
I'm not sure what that was. Oh, splits.
I just love what I love is like
Oishi.
I love his general cadence of like, or like, I like how nice he is to the people that are working at the restaurants, but I also like that it's like it's doing a really good job at like showcasing like how warm and friendly the places that he goes and visits are.
Oh, I see. So good. I am not sure what this white one is. Let's give it a try. It's very slimy. So she said dip it upside down. That one is good. The quality of the sushi was so good. Honestly, I give this a 9 out of 10. See what I'm saying? Okaika onegaishimasu. Oh, we got it. Hi, 1,500. Thank you. Thank you.
So how much was that meal? 1,500 yen in USD. $6.50.
Thank you.
Bro.
Bye. 10 out of 10.
Bruh. So one of the really one of the things that I actually really like too. It's like one of the last videos that he made is like he returned to all of his favorite restaurants and he gave all the owners and all the like the different restaurants like gifts for the food and stuff like that. Fucking cool, dude. I fucking love to see it. Love to see it. They don't take tips. Yeah, you don't tip in that culture. No, you don't tip in Japan. I just I just have a lot of respect for people that are actually going to other countries and generally respecting their like culture, right? Like I think that's huge. There's been such a rise of like nuisance streamers and people trying to like go and like make it's just like even like our like IRL streaming and IRL YouTube videos and stuff like that. Like there's way too much of a push for people to like want to try to involve the world in their life like they are the main character. And yeah, it's really cool to see people that are taking like what would be the more right or I don't know, just the normal way to act like a human if you're going to be trying to make content in public, right? You got to have a certain level of confidence to talk to strangers in a different language. Yeah, well, I mean, I watched the dude's videos for a little while now. He mostly just does shorts. He doesn't do much of anything else, so it's just short form content. But I guess the dude's only been there for like 3 or 4 months, and he's already learned like, but he's like, and his Japanese is pretty good. Bro must have watched a lot of anime. Gulag, no trial for nuisance streamers. I actually do think, I think that there should be a premeditative charge that goes on top of like whatever you would get charged for if you're a nuisance streamer. Because like there is something predatory and there is something the predatory and exploitative and premeditated about trying to go out and make content using other people, right? You are exploiting. So it's predatory because you're catching people unaware and oftentimes without their permission. It is exploitative because you are doing it for profit. And it is premeditated because you are planning to do it and you know what you're doing. 100%. I absolutely think that there should be added charges if you are committing crimes in public and you are doing it on live stream. Isn't there a law against predatory content? I don't know. There might be in some countries. I don't know if there is in the US. Especially where there is civil as in Japan. Yeah, and like that's also like the worst part when you see like people that want to go to like countries that are generally like mild-mannered people and they want to, you know, they want to take advantage of that. The reason why people go to a place like Japan and do stuff like that is because they know they're not going to really get any pushback. They also it's coward behavior. What they're trying to do is they're trying to avoid violence. They know that if they try to do that kind of stuff here in the U.S., they have a higher chance of being hurt or even killed in some cases, depending on which state you're in. Call me a boomer, but it's just not funny being a dickhead for likes. I think all that content is annoying, and like I can kind of like when it's kids, when it's like dudes that are like under the age of when it's dudes that are making content that are like 15 to 17 years old, I can totally see it. I totally understand why they're doing what they're doing, because I was doing the same shit just without a camera, right? Like, I talked about it before. Like, my friends and I went around and stole, like, every single lawn ornament out of, like, a fucking 7-block radius and then just put it in one person's yard because we thought it would be hilarious. And we did actually record that on camcorder. And then we lost the camcorder at one point. Like, yeah, I totally get it. I mean, I was breaking windows, I was jumping into houses, I did all kinds of stuff. Like, yeah, I was a fucking heathen. So if content creation was a thing when I was, 15 or 16 or 17, then I would have honestly been out there probably doing the exact same thing, if not even worse. If not even worse. So I totally get it when it's the young kids, but when it's like full ass adults, dudes that are in like their 20s that are doing this shit, I'm like, nah, dog. And that's not to say that the kids shouldn't be punished. The kids absolutely should be punished to the maximum of what's allowed, but yeah. Has more creativity than those guys. They just don't. They just go around and start fights. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said I like content like that, because at least it has a purpose too, right? It like an explicit purpose of like, hey, here's this restaurant, and he even says like where it is and what it's called, and gives like a review of the food and whatnot. So it's like it's also kind of giving people a little bit of like an inspiration if they ever go to visit Japan. Brain rot, societal brain rot. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's going to be it for stream. Normally, I'd probably jam a game for a little bit, but I actually have a little bit of writing that I still need to do. Actually, not a little bit, a lot of bit of writing. And I need to get up in the morning, and I have to record the last video that I will be recording at this apartment. The last video that I will be recording at this apartment. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? The last of this backdrop. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do for the next place. End of an era, how does it feel? Odd, weird. I have no idea. Man cave stream incoming. Well, I mean, it's going to take a while to be able to get it all together, but I mean, I still need to make sure that I'll have like a I'll get my lights back up in the background, because I think that it kind of balances out the light in the room pretty well. I'm not going to have white walls, though. I'll have gray walls. Gray walls. It'll be a dark dungeon of sorts. Dark dungeon of sorts. But yeah, I'll definitely complete the displate backdrop. I'll probably try to do like a side wall where I just kind of like fill them. Because I'll probably try to do it like more towards a quarter of a room, I think. So then that way I have like a blank wall, and then I have like a side wall that I can put up a bunch of posters and stuff like that. It's your house. You can have whatever walls you want. Yeah, there's been other things that I've been like thinking about too, and other plans that I've been trying to make. But I'm also going to have to like make other changes down there. So it's like it's a setup that's going to like evolve constantly over time. Threshold moment. Congrats, LD. Enjoy it. Yeah, it's a huge move, man. It's a huge fucking thing to have happen. A big jump in life, that's for sure. Apartment tour video before you move out? Well, after, I guess. Well, I'm not going to give people a tour of the house that I'm moving to. That shit's like fucking self-report, man. You got to be careful with that kind of stuff in this day and age. This place, the funny thing is, You actually see the whole place right now, and you guys don't even know it. I've been living in a fucking shoebox, and nobody was aware. Like, that's my kitchen. I don't even know if it can even, hold on. So that's my kitchen. And then that's my bathroom, and then that's my living room. And on the other side of my bathroom is literally just a bed. Is it? Fuck, now it's all crooked. I think it's still crooked. Whatever. Is that right? I can't really tell. I feel like it's still, I feel like I'm still crooked. You can blame us for your last video? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is crooked. I can see it now. There we go. Hope the cat will settle in well. I think he'll be all right. It's just it'll take a little bit of time for him to adjust. He's not gonna be happy about it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. That's for sure. He's not gonna be happy about the drive, but he'll be really, really happy about the he'll be happy about the space, that's for sure. Having an animal in like a fucking 400 some odd square foot apartment is not ideal, to be honest with you. Not ideal. It'll be a legendary road trip. Yeah, it's like almost 3,000 miles. You can give him some sleepy pills. Yeah, I got him. They gave me like gabapentin or something like that. I forgot what the fuck it was called. Bye, California. Where are you moving? Chicago. Home. But also not in Chicago. Also out in the fucking middle of nowhere in the country. Be fantastic. At least you're leaving California. It sucks here. Miss Colorado. Colorado's a really nice place. Hi. Hi, buddy. Home. Yeah, it's gonna be really nice. It'll be really nice to be around like friends and family and stuff like that. It'll be really, really nice. I miss everybody. So it'll be really cool to be back home. I'm hoping that like getting settled in and stuff like that and getting all set up for like getting back to YouTube and whatnot isn't gonna take all that long. I should have, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, I should have a video that's gonna post on Tuesday. I won't have any other content that'll be posting that week. And it's also really unlikely that I'll end up streaming because, honestly, I'll probably be taking the week to just kind of, like, work on the house and fill things in and stuff like that and visit with friends and family and people that I haven't seen in a while and whatnot, and then kind of go from there. So, I'll probably be pretty bowed up, and then we should resume to normal schedule the following week, though. Hopefully, fingers crossed. It'll feel refreshing. Is the area safe? The area is incredibly safe and also incredibly quiet. Why not make 2 separate videos if possible? Why would I try to make 2 videos? I can't make 2 videos. I leave in 2 days. I have Saturday, Sunday, and then I'm gone on Monday. So I'm not gonna be like trying to stress out to push out content. It's not that deep. And honestly, I could have just taken off the week, and which what I was planning on doing was just taking off the week entirely. But part of me has some shit that I want to say about like some of the shit that's been going on with like PlayStation and stuff. But I'm not gonna cover the physical games going away shit because that's boring. I'm gonna cover something else entirely. Something special. Something very special, actually. I think people will find it very interesting. Quiet and safe Chicago must be outside the city. I said I'm moving to the country. It's just near the area. I'm not gonna. Why the fuck would I live in downtown Chicago? You out of your fucking mind? Why would I leave California to go live in downtown Chicago? It'd be like doing this. It'd be like living in the same place but colder. Come on, man. Thoughts on the Steam Summer Sale? There's a couple games that I picked up from it, but nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Anyway, that's it for the stream, guys. I'm gonna get off. I got a little bit of writing to do. I also want to grab some food and stuff like that as well. So I am going to leave it there. Thank you guys for everything. Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you guys for all the super chats and the donations and all the kind words, and also for supporting this channel as long as you guys have, and as wildly as you guys have. This move that I'm making wouldn't be possible without it. And yeah, end of an era. Bye to this place. Hello to the next place. The funny thing is that while we don't have really memories here other than you just seeing a background, so we didn't really do much of anything, but maybe we'll do more at the new place that I go to, since I'll actually have, it's my setup specifically for the purpose of making YouTube content. So, maybe we will do some other stuff. Maybe I'll actually get like some shit set up so I can actually have like a pool table camera, right? We'll shoot some pool or something, I guess. I can get like a classic retro game set up so we can play some retro games and stuff. I think that'll be pretty sick too. Maybe I'll get like a CRTV, just put the camera in front of it. I don't fucking know. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for super chats, donations, all of your generosity, and everything that you guys have done for me. I appreciate all of it. I will catch you guys in the next stream in a completely different place. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. See you next time. Peace, 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 peace.